I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on March 7th, 2024. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled at 7 p.m. on March 7th, 2024. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. Our next agenda item is audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose prior to the opening of the meeting. I would also like to inform you that we have implemented an online speaker participation form for board meetings in accordance with policy BED local. The fillable online form is available through the CFB website Board of Trustees page. The form will be available when the meeting agenda is posted and will close at 5 p.m. the day of the board meeting. Please contact the district office if you have any questions or problems accessing this form. Ms. Canada, do we have anyone wishing to speak? All right, with no one wishing to speak, we'll move on to agenda item number 3. Administrative reports. Dr. Eldridge, are there any reports by administration?
Yes, the first report is from Larry Guerra, our financial report.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Good evening, Mrs. Hatfield and the rest of our board. So as you know, this is our monthly financial update that we give, and the financials you have before you this evening run through the end of January, which completes now the fifth month of our fiscal year. And over the last couple of months, revenue collections, you can see, have gone from 8% to 29% last month. And this month, you can see they're around 65% now. So you can see the significant increase that we talked about over the last couple of meetings as we start to take on larger and larger collections from our tax office. Expenses, as you can see on page 2 report, show about 39% of the budget expended through January, which is where we want to be at this point of the year, being again 5 months through the year. Expenses are down slightly, and we continue to watch all expenses every month and everything that comes through to make sure that we're staying under our projected expenses for the year. So you have the rest of the financials in front of you, so if you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Guerra regarding these items? I'll give you a chance to look over things. All right, any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Guerra. There's no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield.
The next report is item 5H, our SHAC curriculum recommendation. Sandra Leak.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the School Health Advisory Council. So a brief introduction. I know you all are aware, but the Student Health Advisory Council is a group of individuals representing segments of the community appointed to serve at the district level to advise the Board of Trustees on coordinated school health programming and its impact on student learning and health. It provides an efficient, effective structure for creating and implementing age-appropriate, sequential health education programs and early intervention and prevention strategies that local families and community stakeholders can support. So the curriculum review committee was composed of the members there on the screen. They were appointed on September 14th, 2023. And it was made up of April Hooper Christensen, Kathy Riojas, Victoria Whitley, Betsy McKinney, Jonathan Wilk, and Sylvia Mazuera. Based on Senate Bill, 9, the committee was tasked to review public health instructional materials regarding the topics of prevention of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. So the committee reviewed the curriculum that was provided by both the counseling and the athletic departments. They met on October 23rd and February 5th, and then presented their recommendations to the larger SHAC on February 8th. They've finalized now their curriculum review process, and they recommend that the lessons that were included in your agenda packet be approved, as they felt the lessons were age appropriate and met the TEKS. The curriculum addresses topics such as personal safety, digital citizenship, personal boundaries, mental health, and more. The NEST curriculum was one of the curriculums reviewed, and it addresses the topics from SB 9 that require parental opt-in. This curriculum is used by many surrounding districts. It typically costs $125,000 annually. However, it is free for CFB through a grant. And I believe the NEST curriculum access was provided to all of the board members prior to the meeting. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lake. Board members, any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, the next report is item 5L. Robin, are you doing that? It's fiber or services provided through E-rate.
And also a number of our security products, such as our video surveillance cameras and building access badge system. So this is a map of our district's current fiber network. It is 58 miles of self-provisioned, which means the district owns it, underground fiber. This is approximately 24 years old, and the typical lifespan of fiber optic cable is 25 years. So we are coming up on the end of life. The fiber project, when this was installed, began in 1999 and completed in the year 2000. This network was installed in what's called a backbone configuration. You see the red line. This means that each site has one connection, which could also be a single point of failure, if you will. There are several sites listed on the slide that are actually missing connections, which means they don't have fiber run to them yet, which presents some safety issues because we are unable to install and monitor security cameras in the areas where there is no connection. So this is an example of how much of the district network would be impacted during a fiber cable cut. The red X at the bottom of the screen represents a cut to the network or a disruption to the network on Valley View. Anyone driving along the highway recently, you've noticed a few orange cones, a couple of diggers, some road construction going on. Were something to happen to the network in a backbone design, what would happen is approximately up to 87% of the network, or 33 facilities, could be impacted by a cut to the fiber in the network as it is designed. There are some other vulnerabilities, but this is one that we chose to highlight for you. And Mr. Welsh will speak to you now about a recent experience we had in just that area.
Thank you. This event happened in November. I got a call from TxDOT. They were digging over at our old technology building, the TLC. If you remember, our technology building used to be over there. You can see in that picture that there are two different fibers coming out. One belongs to CFB ISD and one belongs to the City of Farmers branch. In this particular instance, we survived this particular backhoe digging that TxDOT was doing. The City of Farmers branch, not so much. City of Farmers Branch was down for about 24 hours until they can get that repaired. This happened in November of 23. If you were with us in spring break of last year, 23, that Monday, my phone was blowing up Monday morning of spring break. I was losing every single campus in our district. We monitor every one of our campuses, and I was getting email alerts that we were losing Kent, Creekview. It was going all the way down the board. We found out that TxDOT had cut our fiber optic cable. Fortunately for us, we were on spring break of that week. So it didn't affect student or teacher learning. It did affect our facility services team, Bobby Shaw, and it affected our safety and security because it took us 4 days to get that fiber replaced and get it spliced. There's 432 strands of fiber that come into that one location right there. So we were very fortunate that it happened over spring break.
And thankfully, this one was right before Thanksgiving break, so we were lucky on that. So, after going through the RFP process, working with the vendors and reviewing options, the district would like your approval to initiate a contract with a vendor to approve what is called a superfluid diverse design, similar to the one pictured here. You'll note the existing, what was the backbone of the fiber network that I showed you in the previous slides. That is green. That is our existing conduit. What the proposal is to pull the aging, outdated fiber out of that conduit and then pull new fiber through it, like pulling a shoelace through a straw almost. And then adding the new underground conduit and fiber connections to create what is called ring design. So we would have 4 core rings. That way, if there is a cut or an impact to the fiber along one line, the traffic could be routed the other way around the ring. You'll notice there's also a teal portion to the design. That is existing CFB fiber that was younger, so to say. It was installed just a few years ago, and so there's no need to replace that because it is still in good working condition. There are approximately $20 million allocated to the fiber reconstruction project in the last year's bond. The bid that we are requesting to proceed with came in at approximately $14.8 million, which is well under the allocated budget amount. We also plan to apply for E-rate reimbursement for the eligible portions of this project, which would be approximately $9 million. And then we would receive reimbursement on $9 million of that we will apply to receive. Nothing is guaranteed. To fill part of that portion, so it will not necessarily, if we get the E-rate reimbursement, we will receive funding back from that purchase, and we will not be paying the full $14.8 million. So we're asking you this evening for approval of this item so that we can meet the federal funding deadline for E-rate funding. Applications for E-rate that are submitted in the spring of 2024 actually apply to the 24-25 school year. And then next spring, we would apply applications for projects that work through the 25-26 school year and on and on. They work in advance of the next school year. So in order to comply with our E-rate funding deadlines, we're seeking approval tonight. As you can see from the timeline, we are not starting construction immediately. There are several months of design and engineering process to work through first. The next step of the process, which is the design and engineering process, would be finalizing the contract, and then the vendor will begin the next phase, which would include field site inspections and then applying for permits and right-of-way permissions. And that can take several months, depending on the various agencies that the vendor needs to work with to get those. After that, we would move into the underground construction phase of the fiber pathways that would begin along the designated areas, which are generally along streets. And then we will also work to build the new pathways to close the rings beyond that was on the original backbone of the design. And then the connections to the building from the street back to the individual building is the next phase of the project. And then after that, it would be splicing, testing everything, and then delivering the final project. And so we're estimating that the timeline of this project is approximately 2 to 3 years. And so we thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you both for a thorough presentation. I for sure learned some things. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Benavides.
Thank you. I was wondering, while you're replacing that, everything's still intact and working, and you start implementing new changes by sections, or you just one's off and one's on?
No, that's a good question. That's where we'll end up having to come in together, working with the chosen vendor, to where we'll have to stage these cutovers from each campus. Obviously, we're not going to bring down a campus during curriculum impacting days, school days. So we'll have to schedule these over weekends, late nights, long weekends, holiday weekends. Maybe we might need a July 4th weekend where July 4th falls on a Thursday, and then maybe we need Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We would work all that out with Dr. Eldridge as far as downtime is concerned, but we would not have any curriculum impacting downtime.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Thank you both. This is a good reminder that IT is always running and always doing things behind the scenes to make sure that we have the best quality for our students. So I really appreciate your time and attention on this presentation. It was very informative. Thank you. Dr. Eldridge, do we have any additional presentations?
That concludes the administrative reports.
All right. Our next agenda item is item number 4, which is the briefing session for any additional questions. Board members, do you have any additional questions regarding consent agenda items? All right, with no additional questions on consent agenda items, we will move to adjournment. We have reached the end of our agenda, and it is now 6:19 p.m. Go. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 o'clock p.m. on March 7th, 2024. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Pastor Vincent Gonzalez from North Dallas Family Church provides a message, followed by the leading of the pledges by R.L. Turner students, Dylan Barnwell leading the pledge to the U.S. flag, and Johan Castano leading the pledge to the Texas flag.
Let us pray. Father God, we come before you this evening to exercise the joy and the right and the privilege to gather together to lead this community, to educate our children. We pray for tonight that there would be clarity of mind, unity of heart and spirit as we collectively gather to place our children, which are our future, into your hands. I pray you use the gifts, the skills, the abilities, the knowledge of each one present here so that we might present to you a heart of wisdom. We thank you for Carrollton-Farmers Branch and all you're doing in our community. Might you continue to bless us according to your grace. For it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Hello, my name is Dylan Barnwell. I'm a senior at R.L. Turner, and I'm a part of the volleyball program and the biomedical academy.
Hi, my name is Johan Castano. I'm a junior, class of 2025. I'm part of the powerlifting and football program for R.L. Turner.
Now for the U.S. pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Vincent and students, for welcoming us this evening. It is officially one day before spring break. So there are some teachers that are rejoicing and some parents that are crying today. No, I'm just kidding. But I also want to just thank our community partners who, we know that when we take breaks from school, that also means that we have students that are in need because they're not receiving meals. And I know we have a lot of community partners that are taking care of our students and really helping us as we take a much needed break next week from educating. And so I just want to thank our community partners who are really investing in making sure that we're serving our children even when we have breaks from school. As a district, we dedicate all of our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in closed session as stipulated in the Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I would like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens and of the district and district employees. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose prior to the opening of the meeting. When the board addresses agenda item number 3, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Our next agenda item is item number 2, special presentations and recognitions. Ms. Parnell.
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. We want to begin our recognitions this evening by announcing our CFB Champion Award for March. Sponsored by CFB and Chick-fil-A at Trinity Mills, the CFB Champion Award recognizes teachers, employees, students, and community members for exemplifying excellence. Tonight, we want to shine a spotlight on the maintenance and operation and plumbing teams. So, guys, I'll ask you to please come forward at this time. These employees brave the harsh winter weather in January to keep our campuses safe and functional. They are dedicated individuals who work tirelessly regardless of the element to ensure everyone's well-being. During the winter weather, they tackled the challenge of frozen sidewalks and drives, including the crucial bus service routes, to ensure safe passage for students and staff. Meanwhile, the plumbing department proactively took preventive measures safeguarding our infrastructure from potential damage and guaranteeing reliable service. Thank you for your service to CFB and ensuring the safety of all of our campuses, students, and staff. Congratulations to the following students for receiving the Texas Music Educators Association All-State Music Award. Students receive this prestigious honor through a competitive process held by competing across the district, region, and area levels. We'll start with R.L. Turner High School. First, we have Ian Pfaffenberger. He's a tenor, 2, first chair, tenor, bass, and choir. And Ian is actually at a concert tonight, so his mother, Kelly Pfaffenberger, who is the choir director at Creekview, is going to come forward and accept this award for him. Also from Turner, we have Sharvani Genduri, an alto, 2, fourth chair, Trimble Choir. Please come forward. And Mr. Standish, the assistant choir director from Turner, is here. We'd like to ask you to come up for to be part of the photo as well. Oh, and Dad. From Creekview, we have James Lee, cello, third chair, symphony orchestra. He's a 3-time All-State member. Nicholas Trong, Euphonia, first chair, 5A Symphonic Band. Anybody else? Dad, you want to join the photo, and Mom? Isadora Martinez, trombone, first chair, 5A Symphonic Band, and he is a 2-time All-State member. Mario Hernandez, tenor, 1, second chair, mixed choir. Okay, that concludes our recognitions. Congratulations, students, and to our champions this month.
Thank you, Ms. Parnell. We're so proud of our students for all their work in fine arts and continuing to shine a spotlight on CFB. And to our maintenance and operations teams, we are so blessed by the continued work that you do around the clock to make sure that we can continue to grow our students every day. So thank you again. Our next item is trustees report, item 2B. Trustees, would anyone like to share celebrations or observations made over the past month? Ms. Brady?
I just wanted to say that I had a wonderful time at all of the Black History celebrations this past month. I tried to get to all of them, but I didn't make it to some, but they were fantastic. From the food, the music, the culture, the book reading, all of it. It was fantastic. So thank you so much for the invitations, and please keep them coming, because we love to attend things, so thank you.
Any additional reports? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you. Yes, I really did enjoy all the dance that went along with the Black History Month. It was so great, so moving. And I also was able to go back out to the Outdoor Learning Center, and we said farewell to Baquita. She's going back to her farm. And of course, Moana is getting bigger. She's getting ready to have a baby. But it's really nice. Thank you so much for the invitations as well. You know, we've had a great month, and I really do enjoy everything that y'all do.
All right, any additional? All right, we'll move on to item 2C, district announcements. Dr. Eldridge?
Okay, I want to personally thank our maintenance workers. It's Appreciation Day, and I really want to thank you for remodeling our bathroom here for women. And so much needed, and you guys did an amazing job, so we are so thankful. So a couple things. We are starting a new initiative for our enrollment, and so all of our campuses receive posters, and we are getting so creative with things that can go on the front door that stick, as well as you might see them on people's cars. So our enrollment is now is going to start opening in April, and the students that enroll are registered. So we have two things. You register, and if you're a returning student, all you have to do is put your current address. So we made it so simple for you. But if you're a new student, you will enroll with all the documents. If you pre-register, you are going to get a FastPass card that comes with lots of benefits. And so I'm not going to steal someone else's thunder. You just have to wait and get your FastPass. So you enroll. You know, I'm so excited for our staff and our teachers to celebrate spring break. I told everybody to be like the movie Devil Wears Prada and throw your phone in the fountain and get some rest and enjoy your time. And the last thing is, I can't dismiss the letters that I get from our students. So these letters came from our second grade teachers at Country Place, Miss Anderson and Miss Burns. And this letter is that maybe since you all are here, our maintenance, we can find some way. But it says Country Place would absolutely love a sunshade on their playground. Please. One reason is because we only have one. And for example, this is a second grader. For example, not all of us fit in the small pavilion. So the ones that can't fit in the pavilion have to stay in the heat. Another reason is because Texas is hot. I mean, it is always hot. For example, Texas is always hot, so we need more shade. Like when you live in Texas, it is very hot and we need a shade. So I think we got that. And I just, like the students, that was from Natalia. And wow, when our students tell us, it's amazing. That's why we're in this business. So I'm just thankful for all the letters I received. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. It's amazing that they're talking about the heat already, and we're not even in summer. So clearly at recess time, it is hot outside. All right, at this time, we want to have a brief pause to allow anyone who would like to step out of the meeting. Sorry, thank you. I apologize. I'm moving on in advance. Thank you, Ms. Derrick. Our next item is 2D, an update from PTA. I apologize, Bonnie.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, and our esteemed Board of Trustees. I am Bonnie Petraza, the Shares Reflections Chairperson for CFB ISD Council PTA. We like to start every presentation with our motto, which is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children.
Thanks to all who joined us at the Harlem Wizards game on February 9th at Creekview High School. I know many of you were there. We would especially like to thank Dr. Eldridge, our wonderful referee, who really amped up the on-court energy. The team coach, Chief of Police Arredondo, and scorekeeper, Assistant Fire Chief Kavanaugh. Kent Elementary had a great showing, winning Battle of the Bleachers as the campus with the highest ticket sales. We had a great night of laughter, fun, and community spirit. The funds we raised with this event will be used to directly support our local PTAs through our local unit program grants. So we've gotten a few grant applications for those, and we hope to collect more and disseminate all that money out to the locals. On March 23rd, Council PTA will be hosting a spring extravaganza for all campus PTA board members and interested board members. Our focus is going to be on finishing strong and launching our PTAs into a successful new school year. We're ready to start prepping the next round. As we run into election season, Council PTA is testing a new advocacy format this year. Rather than hosting an in-person forum, this year we are going to ask each of the 4 candidates running for school board to respond to a series of questions. We will then publish their unedited responses through our network of social media as well as through our email list. Our hope is that this will more effectively disseminate information about the candidates and their positions on pertinent issues to a wider audience than before. We are still in the process of collecting and considering questions to make a thorough and relevant questionnaire, and we welcome input from all of you and those who have interest in our schools and kids. So please email those questions that you would like considered to me at reflections@cfbpta.org. As a reminder, this is all nonpartisan. Council PTA is not looking to endorse candidates. Our interest lies in informing the electorate. District-wide, we have 6,297 members. Our membership continues to grow. You can still join this awesome group of advocates at joinpta.org or on the council website. I'd like to thank all of the champion members that are here. I know that a lot of you are the champion members that we have are in this room, and I appreciate your support there. And again, we thank you for your continued support and advocacy for our children, and together we are PTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petraza, and I apologize for skipping over you. And a special thanks to the wonderful event that we hosted with the Harlem Wizards that you guys worked so hard to put on, because it really brought the community together, and then a bonus that our local PTAs are going to benefit from the fundraiser. So thank you so much. At this time, we will have a brief pause to allow anyone who would like to step out of the meeting to do so. Anyone wishing to remain for the meeting is welcome to stay. I apologize. We have an error in my scripting. So we do have an update from the Educational Foundation. I do very much apologize, clearly. So Educational Foundation, Ms. Wald.
And school board members. Since last we reported in December, the Educational Foundation has been very, very busy serving the needs of our students throughout the district. We're excited to be here tonight and to share some updates. First, the CFB Giving House, for those who may not be aware, is a district initiative that provides basic clothing and hygiene items for our most vulnerable students. I'm really excited to share that earlier today, this morning, as a matter of fact, each of our principals received a $250 gift card that can be used at their discretion to help with students, or to help our students with essential needs beginning ASAP. That's huge. We're so excited. This week, our foundation directors supported National Read Across America Week and Texas Public Education Week. One of the highlights of the week was a special book vending machine ribbon cutting event at Farmers Branch Elementary. The book vending machine initiative has allowed us to support one of our key projects, a shared initiative, and that is literacy. Through corporate and community support, we now have 6 book vending machines on our campuses. And tonight, we are proud to announce to you all our newest book vending machine, thanks to support from Make It Count, formerly Bees Kids. The Make It Count support, the Make It Count machine will be installed at Blair Elementary, and we can hardly wait. Our foundation goal, by the way, is to have machines for all of our elementary campuses and others. Since the start of the school year, the foundation has delivered over $60,000 in classroom and campus grants through our multi-pronged grant program that include the Frank Shore Impact Now funds, our innovative grant funds, and our strategic mission grants. The programs committee has been very busy granting campuses and classrooms, over 40 now so far. So I'm asking you all to stay tuned. If you watch us on social media, just want to drum roll, we aren't done yet. School is still in session and we're still going strong. Our third and final initiative is our annual student scholarship initiative, and we are in full swing. I'm joined here this evening by one of our co-chairs of that, Luke Erlenbush. And we're so excited. Luke and our team do a fantastic job with our student scholarship initiative. The student scholarship application deadline is coming up. It's March 22nd, and all recipients are announced at their campuses at the campus senior events in May, so stay tuned. Now, well, drum roll, please. Yes, thank you. We've got a big surprise. The Ed Foundation is excited to be among the first, if not the first, education foundation in the state of Texas to have a mascot. I see some smiles and laughing and laughter and happy smiles. Definitely, please do. This is Duncan. Please watch for Duncan at upcoming foundation events and watch for him on social media. Rumor has it that he's going to have reels and all kinds of things, so we're very excited. As always, the Education Foundation is absolutely grateful and so proud to serve CFB. Please do stay tuned for updates. Follow us on social, and it would go without saying, please do not ever hesitate to reach out to us with questions or comments or any needs. We thank you.
Thank you so much for the update. It is really exciting to hear the continued literacy goal of getting all of our elementary campuses. That goes right along with the board goal for early literacy. So we're super blessed to that you guys are investing in that. And shout out to Duncan. I can't wait to meet him because if he's going to have reels, I'm going to have to step my game up.
I'm telling you, we're very excited. We're really excited.
Thank you so much for Educational Foundation for all you do to support our students and staff.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is number 3, Audience for Guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose prior to the opening of the meeting. I would also like to inform you that we have implemented an online speaker participation form for board meetings in accordance with policy BED local. The fillable online form is available through the CFB website Board of Trustees page. The form will be available when the meeting agenda is posted and will close at 5 p.m. on the day of the board meeting. Please contact the district office if you have any questions or problems accessing the form. Ms. Canada, it looks like I have 5 here. Do we have any additional? All right. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Anyone interested to speak in person during audience for guests must have completed a form and list the topic they wish to discuss prior to the start of the meeting. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once during audience for guests. Speakers designated as a stakeholder will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers designated as non-stakeholders will be allowed a maximum of 1 minute to address the board as dictated by board policy BED local. Because the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible while also keeping the meeting running efficiently, groups of more than 5 people who want to present a particular viewpoint on a topic should appoint one person to speak on behalf of their group. Please remember that the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda for this meeting. Board members will listen to comments but will not respond or answer questions. We ask that you do not discuss students who are not your own child. The timer will be shown on the screen in front of you and will begin when you arrive at the podium to speak. Again, that speaker's presentation for our stakeholders will be limited to 3 minutes. We will begin with our stakeholder comments. And our first one is Donna Schmidt.
Good evening. My name is Donna Schmidt, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I have been a resident in Farmers Branch for 23 years. I'm also a music educator of 43 years, teaching in middle schools and high schools across the Dallas area. I am here today as a concerned community member after 3 incidents last week in the DFW area in which students brought firearms to school campuses here at Ranchview, Mesquite, and Midlothian. I also recall that 2 years ago, just down the street, a student was shooting at a car with a mom and 3 children inside and was later arrested at Turner with 2 firearms in his possession. Today, I would like to bring awareness to a very important way to directly impact and improve school safety. Research by the Secret Service shows that 76% of firearms brought to school campuses by a minor are obtained at their home or at the home of a relative or friend. So if we address how firearms are stored in the home and vehicles, we will have addressed the large majority of this rapidly increasing problem. I applaud the fact that currently twice a year, CFB is distributing to families materials about secure storage of firearms provided by the Texas School Safety Center. I am here to strongly encourage and respectfully request that you make more frequent and additional steps to communicate this important message to parents. I have volunteered 7 years with the public safety awareness campaign, Be Smart for Kids. This program, endorsed by the National PTA and American Academy of Pediatricians, provides a very simple framework, the word SMART, to remember behaviors we should have around firearms. S for securing guns in your home and your vehicles, M for modeling responsible behavior around guns, A for asking when your children go to other homes if their guns are secured, recognizing the role of guns in suicide, and telling your peers to be smart. Extensive free resources are available online in Spanish and in English and are solely focused on securing firearms to prevent tragedies such as unintentional shootings and gun suicides of children, as well as gunfire on school grounds. We have collaborated with school districts around the country and in Texas districts including Dallas, Houston, Richardson, Frisco, McKinney, Katy, Austin, Pearland, Fort Bend, Wimberley, and others. Dallas ISD includes secure storage information and graphics in the student handbook and on all digital platforms through their communications department. Principals could easily include reminders about secure storage and links to information and follow-up emails after incidents such as the one at Ranchview, and counselors can also incorporate them in their work. Our volunteers also staff tables and at community family events and provide free gun locks. With the combination of the rapid increase of students bringing schools to, with the combination of rapid increase of students bringing guns to school campuses and the
Mrs.
recent
Smith.
spike of youth suicides, I
Mrs.
hope you'll
Smith.
seriously consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith. Our next stakeholder is Rance Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. On October 20th, 2022, I was met in the hallway by a student who told me that another student was in the bathroom with a firearm. On November 28th, 2023, there was a weapon on our campus of Ranch View High School, and we had an after-action debrief. A mere 13 weeks later, that includes 2 weeks off for Christmas vacation, there was yet another report of another gun on our campus. And at that after-action debrief, I was sad, I was frustrated, I was upset, and all I'm asking for us to do today is to stop talking about what we can do and to put some action behind it. I have been a teacher at Ranch View High School for 9 years. I have 3 daughters that matriculate through this district currently. I love Ranch View, I love CFB. I am a part of the recruitment team, which means I go out to other campuses across this state and in our neighboring state. And I say, I would love for you to come and work for this district. I have some of my fellow Ranch View Wolfpack with me here tonight. Just give us a wave if you're here supporting me. Thank you so much. We're asking for deterrence. We know that we can't fix the problem. The problem doesn't lie within us as a district, but we know that we can do some things to prevent it from happening. Like, for instance, we do more to stop guns coming into our stadiums than we do our schools. So maybe, just maybe, clear bags might be a deterrent. Metal detectors might be a deterrent. I don't know about you, but I want something to be done because never before have I ever, until now, had to have the discussion with my wife about my daughter not attending the school that I've taught at for almost a decade. And I would love to be her math teacher. She probably wouldn't love it, but I would. But I can't have that opportunity if my wife feels like the school that she's at isn't as safe as a school that's near our neighborhood. And so if our budget is going to cause us to have some reductions in staff, let's think about the fact that if we have to do reductions in staff, which is totally understandable, that will mean that we will have less adults in the building, which means less supervision. And so I just think that we should have more things to deter those things from happening on our campus if we have to have less people on campus to provide supervision. So all I'm asking is that we do our best to try everything that we can and not let something minute as, maybe what people may think about us prevent us from putting things in place. I don't have a problem checking a bag. I don't have a problem being on duty. I don't have a problem manning a metal detector. I just want to make sure that each and every person who comes to school and comes to work every day goes home as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next stakeholder is Luke Erlenbush.
Good evening. My name is Luke Erlenbush, and most of you know me for several roles here in CFB ISD, Board Director with the Educational Foundation, the voice you hear at Standard Stadium, the sucker for committees, and the crazy guy at Convocation. But tonight, I'm here as a parent and a spouse of a district employee. So what I would like to discuss with you tonight is what comes solely from the heart of a parent and a husband. Ranch View High School is my home school where I have a senior student and where my wife is employed, along with many staff members that I call my brother and sister. The Erlenbushes have been a Wolf family for 13 years. It's our home. This past week, our home was threatened. And when you first hear that, you would think that this was a threat that got on campus that wasn't supposed to be there. The district has invested in upgrading our schools to be safe from outside threats, and I not only applaud that effort, I also actively campaigned to get the money for it, and I voted for it. But alas, no. In this instance, and in approximately 2 other instances that I can recall in the last year and a half, it was someone that was supposed to be on campus, a student. Those same individuals that we spend millions of dollars to educate and ultimately protect from outside predators, but that we also allow to simply waltz on campus with a gun in their backpack. The same gun that would have been immediately discovered in literally dozens of other public entity locations, courthouses, government buildings, airports, but not at school. We send our kids to a Mavericks basketball game. They have metal detectors to screen everyone coming in, but we send our kids to school. Heck, I'm about to not be able to leave Sam's Club without an AI-based installed system monitoring my cart to ensure that I paid for everything, but I send my kid to school. You get the idea. Here's another tidbit from this past week. You see, I was supposed to be on campus to announce a baseball game, and this happened right before I was to leave. So my wife naturally called me to say very to the point, don't come up here. We're in a lockdown, possible weapon on campus. I'm in a closet in the concession stand. I don't know where Andrew is. Stay home. Love you. Click. Can you imagine what goes through a person's mind at that point? Was that the last time I was ever going to talk to her? Where's my son in all of this? And I truly hope that no other parent or spouse ever has to feel the longest 20 minutes of a life in the moment before learning that the threat was clear. Now, I want to say one thing that this isn't about, and that's our district's and the Irving PD's response to the incident. They were flawless, jumping into action, doing everything they could to provide the protection for our rural family. No, tonight this is about prevention, to stop the incident in the first place. What can we do to invest to further protect our students from internal threats? Maybe things like requiring clear backpacks, installing metal detectors, enforcing students to have clearly visible IDs, and continuing to invest in our crisis counselors. So to summarize, we've invested the funds in protection. Now we need to invest in prevention. Our kids, our teachers, our staff, and our administrators, our friends, and our family are worth the investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erlenbush. Our next speaker is Zohair Barmal.
Yeah, hello. I'm here as a community member today, and it's a little different topic. I've been working with President Cindy Castillo for about 3 years, and she has been associated with the district for 10 years. And I want to take this opportunity to thank her. She has been just phenomenal for the district. And what I would like to say is her dedication to the PTAs and our school district has been just totally motivating to me, and she's just amazing. She has a true passion for seeing the local PTAs succeed. She has spent countless hours getting a number of our local PTAs. 36 of them are back up and running. She has a real heart to see them succeed. And whatever she touches, it just becomes successful. She was the chair of programs, and then she started Wizards 3 years ago. And now we have had Wizards for 3 years. The amount of time that she puts to make the Wizards happen is just mind-boggling. The preparations that start 3-4 months ago before the Wizards game, and the amount of communication that happens behind the door is just phenomenal. She has been able to get each of the 36 PTAs up and running, and then she works tirelessly to help each PTA move into compliance, because she knows the value that the PTA brings to even the most undeserved schools. If the PTAs are not in compliance, then they cannot take part in reflections. And that is why she makes all the efforts to make so that they are in good standing. The way she pursues the local PTAs to make the bylaws updated so that they are in good standing. She pursues them for filing the tax returns 990s. And it's just a lot of things that she does. She does this literally like a full-time job. And then she has been working with a lot of principals, and that is also a great thing about our district. The principals are so helpful, and that is motivating to me as a community member. I see the collaboration that happens between the council PTA and the principals, and the superintendent has been outstanding this year. And then she just did President Cindy just did the SOS, where on Saturdays she made herself available, and 6 PTAs showed up with great questions. And this is just something that has not happened in the past, and she has brought this magical charm to the council PTA and to the local PTAs. Every year she works with the Wizard Company, as I mentioned, on venue selection with different council PTA board members, different schools for the assembly, and she monitors the ticket sales so that the Wizard game can be successful. She has been able to push the membership to a record level, having 6,297 is just amazing. And I can tell you that 90% of the credit goes to her. She has been working this role as a full-time job, and she has been spent so much time building relationship with schools and principals. And I just wanted to recognize and thank her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barmo. Our next stakeholder is Ryan Sisak.
Good evening, CFB Board of Trustees. I am the Ranchview High School Mathematics Department Manager and stand by my belief that this is the best district I could work for. I am a committed educator and am incredibly grateful for the opportunities this district has afforded me. I believe that in nearly all areas that matter, we do our absolute best. Unfortunately, none of that matters if our students, faculty, staff, or school communities are forced to face serious dangers on what seems to be a regular basis. In 6 years with this district, I have voiced concerns about the very things that have contributed to our safety and security issues. And despite my reasonable requests and urgings, feel that a lack of urgency or action has been shown time and again. I have requested in writing through the board president a meeting to speak with the CFB administration and have been assured I will be granted one soon. I look forward to that meeting sooner than later. For our students, our faculty, our staff, and our families cannot wait much longer for serious action to be taken. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sisak. The next agenda item is item number 4, non-action items for discussion. We'll start with item 4A, facility services update. Mr. Shaw?
All right, good evening. Can y'all hear me okay? All right, I'm gonna set this up there, just not to brag, but just to there so nobody takes it. But Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, members of the board, I want to thank you guys for acknowledging our staff this evening. They do a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and so it's nice when we get acknowledged like that. So thank you guys. I'd like to think our whole team is worthy of this award, so we're gonna go through, kind of highlight what we do this year and keep you updated what we're doing in facilities. We stick with our main objective goals, optimize facility maintenance and cleanliness, improve staff development and retention, assess and execute facility improvements, interdepartmental collaboration, and community partnership. As we go through the slideshow, you'll see where we kind of hit on those high-level points. We are responsible for all of our campuses, all of our 42 facilities, our 4 high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, all our support facilities and administrative facilities. Overall, we have about 5.2 million square feet under roof. If you add that up, that's about 4 of those Chase buildings downtown that we maintain with our staff currently, as well as about 822 acres of our site, which is equivalent to about Central Park down in New York City. We've done a lot of work orders this year. This is just some data points from the start of the school year. We've completed about 10,000, almost 11,000 work orders in that short time period. That's not to mention kind of our daily duties and other tasks. And that is not done without our hardworking staff and my support team. We've added some new faces to our group this year. We've added an energy manager, environmental technician, and 2 rental coordinators. Ms. Kelsey Jones has just recently joined us over at the Nancy Watton facility. So we haven't gotten her headshot, but we'll get it added, and she's a most welcome member to our team. I rely on these guys heavily. They help us with all of our time card processing. We do about 7,000 a year for our staff. Not to mention over 2,000 utility bills that we process and log and keep track of.
Some of the high-level projects we've done this year that we've kind of overseen are the lights and bleacher projects, including Perry's turf upgrades, the new John Matthews Field that we will be highlighting and opening here next month, so we're excited about that. On the rental side, we've collected about $250,000 worth of rental fees from 65-plus outside sources. So a lot of groups come in, use our facilities, and so we're glad to have them as partners. We are looking to expand at some point the Nancy Watton Center, the ballroom, to the community. We're working through some of those procedures and processes, but look forward to opening that community here in the future. As you can see, we do get rid of a lot of waste and trash, about 2.5 million tons of trash every year for our schools. That's a lot. So that adds to our utility bills. We spend about $6.1 million overall with electricity, water, gas, and waste and recycling. Our plant operations team are led by our two great guys, Felix Nin and Savon Tim. They both went to the district long term. They kind of help me oversee our 207 custodian staff. We have day and night staff. Daily duties responsible for cleaning restrooms, classrooms, vacuuming, mopping, high-level entry points. That's not to mention all the teacher moves they may help do throughout the day and some of the other assignments that may come from some of the principals. They got a great support staff team as well with some of our lead rovers and support rovers. As you can imagine, with 207 staff members, that's a lot to keep up with, especially with absences, especially this time of year with colds and vacation requests. Some of our high-level things we've done this year, we've supported all of our renovation moves. We had some cooler freezer replacements, so we moved food out temporarily, moved it back in permanently. We supported Bush renovations move when we did some carpet and paint refreshes, as well as moving into Sheffield and some of those other high-level projects. We do support as well all of our athletic facilities. We paint and stripe all of our fields, work on the track events. We're big proponents of Miss Putter, and we try to help her team out as much as we can. Some of the other high-level things we've been working on is a capital replacement plan for all of our equipment. We have some dated equipment. The guys do well to keep it up and running, but we're looking at how to improve that, how to improve some of our resources, as well as some training and updating on our cleanly procedures. On the general maintenance side, I rely heavily on Mr. Dan Lopez and Tim Pezel. Both are long-standing members of CFB ISD. Mr. Lopez is a CFB alumni like myself. These guys oversee our carpentry department, locksmith, painting, exterior maintenance, sidewalks. If it's good to the building, these guys touch it. They oversee, about 18 different staff members. If you break it down, we have about 2 roofers, 2 locksmiths, 3 painters. When you look at that over the scope of some of the work we do, that they cover a lot of ground. So we're proud of those guys and all the stuff that they do for us. Some of our high-level stuff, we have erected a classroom outdoor pavilion at the Ag Center. I have a photo of that later I'll show you. They support all of our events at the Nancy Watton Center, as well as some special projects from our carpentry team. Our paint staff, they do everything from classroom updates to pickleball courts at our blacktops, as well as refreshing our fine arts auditoriums and stages. Special projects we did this year, we did a makeshift concession stand for Kelly Field. We did not have one planned out, so we took an old press box, repurposed it, and I think it's pretty successful right now for the softball games, so they can sell some food. You notice the photo on the right, there was an accident at Central Elementary before school started this year. Our guys got out on site quickly. We were able to mitigate it, get it resolved, and we did not skip a beat. And luckily no one was hurt at all, either our guys or the accident. Some other high-level things, we did partner with Goods PTA and added a canopy out at their elementary. So I know, Ms. Carolyn, you had a vested interest in that last year, so we will talk to the Country Place PTA, and maybe we can do something similar with their group. And we did add a new facelift to the Ag site. We've done some work out there to try to support the CTE folks, created a new sign and entry so it's easier to find. It's kind of tucked away out there on Sandy Lake Road, and you can easily miss it if you don't know where you're going. Our plumbing group, who we recognize this evening, is led by Mr. Brandon Greger, another CFB alumni. I had to highlight that photo. You saw him clean tonight, but that is not the way he works. He oversees about 10 staff members, and he is not afraid to get dirty, as you can tell. We're proud of the way he leads his team by example. Some of our high-level stuff they've done this year, we've done some major water line repairs at Creekview, Blaylock, and Sheffield prior to the start of school. We did not miss a beat opening school. Kids had water, restrooms, all that fun stuff. They do countless restroom and classroom leak repairs. due to backups. I won't get into the details of the stuff we pull out, but we have found some interesting thing, kind of like this jump rope we found at one of the elementary schools. Still wondering how they got in there, but we'll leave it up to our imaginations. We've also had about 235,000 linear feet of gas lines we have to test biannually, and that came about this summer. Those guys knocked that out before school started, as well as all of our Irving City backflows. We tested about 165 devices, and we do that with every city every biannually too as well. So these guys have completed about 1,500 work orders this year from the start of school. That's not to mention just kind of the daily task, PM stuff that they do. So super proud of that team. HVAC, I know we're all vested in that. We want comfortable rooms. Terry Vandenberg does an amazing job with his team. We have about 6,000 HVAC and exhaust systems. We perform a number of PMs. We have a slim staff that we have district-wide. We have about 6 staff members, positions, a couple of lead techs, support techs, and some PM guys. We do rely heavily on some contracted services. We've got some great partners with John Cook and Associates, Texas Air Systems, and TD Industries. They support us pretty well. Some high-level stuff we've done this year, about 20,000 AC filters we've changed out this year, just in this school year alone. We do still have some older equipment that we have not gotten to replace. So these guys keep equipment that's 20 years plus running. They do incredible work, amazing stuff. We've also implemented some updated building controls, some AI stuff, alerting systems, so we can know when stuff's going on before it becomes an issue with the class. Even with that we still close about 6,300 work orders in this department. A lot of that is after hours request. We do have a lot of events, you know, PTA, Boy Scouts, all those things that they do in our facilities, so they do have to request those, and we schedule those throughout the day. Our electrical team, they're responsible for all of our district lighting, including interior, exterior, our building systems like fire alarm, burglar system, and some of our older PA equipment. They also work along with all of our fire departments to make sure that we are compliant with the current codes. A lot of teachers don't like us because they make them take down those fancy decorations that they put on the walls. We have limits we have to stay in, and so they make sure they keep us compliant there. We did have a couple of interns last year. We are adding a new one this year from Newman Smith, partnering with the CTE program. They're going to work with us a couple hours throughout the day, so we're excited to that. Hopefully expand some more as their programs grow. Some of the higher level stuff we've done this year, we've retrofitted about 22,000 incandescent lights over to LED. We did oversee Bush's LED retrofit as well as some power factor corrective. That'll help save some energy. At least we hope to see that. Also, we have serviced over about 1,400 fire extinguishers across the district, and we have done a full district fire alarm and evac testing this year. And last but not least, our grounds department. These guys do amazing work. When you think about the 800 and some acres they are responsible for, that breaks down for our 25 and a half staff members. You're looking at about 35 acres they're each responsible for. That's about, 27 football fields alone. So weed eating, mowing, edging, all that fun stuff. These guys do incredible work year-round in the cold and the heat. Some of our high-level stuff they've done this year, they've worked out helping erect the classroom pavilion out at the ag site. We've done a lot of weather prep, a lot of weather cleanup. We've had some major storms, trees falling over, so those guys are quick to respond, get that cleaned up as well. Other things, we did have a major drought this summer, so those guys spread about 4,200,000 pounds of topsoil to try to fill some of those cracks and crevices. It didn't always work, but they were out there with shovels trying to help clean that up. Like I said, we also have our IPM department. Sometimes things get in our schools, critters, pests. Those guys do have to service all that. Yes, the friendly raccoon did not make it home to be anybody's pet. We did get with the animal shelter and got it taken care of. But, you know, you never know what we'll find in our schools sometimes. But these guys do incredible work, and we're proud for all they do. And that is our CFB One Big Happy Family. Like I said, I'm proud of this team. A lot of our guys and gals are the CFB alumni. A lot of them still live here in CFB. They've been here numbers of years, and so we're just proud of all the way they serve us back to our district, and we thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Garza Rojas.
I just want to give you a big thank you for everything you do and for all of your staff. It's really incredible. My dad was grounds for a really long time in another district, and it's a really big job. So there's not a day that I can't say thank you to your hard workers. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Bocek?
Yes, thanks to the team, but I have one question. Where's the pickleball court?
The pickleball court for no right now, but I imagine now they see the picture, it's going to be at every elementary school here probably. At least when we get back from spring break.
That's a fun way to keep students and maybe staff, maybe board members,
There you go.
you know, active. Yeah, let's go.
Any other questions or comments? I just have one comment. You forgot one thing. You guys get footballs off of roofs for
We
kids.
do get footballs off our roofs. Basketballs, footballs, tennis balls.
Thank you so much to your team. I started to try to write down things, and then I just stopped because I couldn't keep track of all the numbers. And I'm a math person, and that's a lot.
They're in the slideshow.
I
so
know,
you
but
can-
that is a lot of numbers that really mean something. That is hard work and dedication that these people do behind the scenes, and they aren't always seen or noticed because they are just working so hard on these things to keep it all running and going for kids. So please share our thanks to your team because we really do value the work that they do to keep our schools running, and thank you to you also.
Thank you guys. Appreciate y'all.
The next agenda item is 4B, budget update. Mr. Guerra?
Thank you, President Hatfield, and the rest of our board. So we don't do anything near as exciting as Bobby and his group. You know, we do math, like you say, so. But it is really my pleasure this evening to introduce to y'all a very important and key person in our business office. She's our Director of Finance, and she's here this evening to introduce herself, her team, and talk about everything she and her team does to keep our finances straight and to keep us in compliance. So she represents CFB proudly, and we are really lucky to have her. Again, it's truly, truly my pleasure to introduce Ms. Patty Espinoza, our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Larry, for the introduction. Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and all the other board members. Thank you, Larry, for inviting me tonight. I really appreciate it. I am Patty, the Director of Finance, and I work under Larry in the Business Support Services. I think am I too tall? The microphone cannot reach how tall I am. But anyway, I am here to present my areas about. I work. Oversee the accounting and also the accounts payable areas. So let's get started. There I am. We're going to do some introductions. I am, yes, the Director of Finance, and I oversee the accountants, accounts payable. I've been in school business nearly 9 years. Before that, I've had 13 other years of private sector accounting experience, and I've been here for over 2.5 years. Next, we have our Assistant Director of Finance, and that is Monica Marquez. She's been in school business 9 years, and she also has 13 years of other accounting and audit experience, and she has been with CFB for 6 years. Now, here are our lovely accountants. From left to right, we have Paula Corbello, Crystal Biera Loya, and Donna Cook. And just a note about Miss Donna Cook, she has been here at CFB over 20 years. So we're so blessed to have her. She has been in our area for 6 years. So if I ever need to know the history of why are things done certain ways, I'm like, Miss Donna, why do we do this? And she always has her story to tell me, so I appreciate her very much. Now, these three lovely ladies are our accounts payable specialists, and these are the ladies that pay all of our bills. So we have Cecilia Baruman, Hema Pandoff, and Cheryl Neal. Now, Miss Cheryl Neal on the end to the right, she has been with us for a long time as well. She's been here for almost 9 years, and we are fortunate to have her and all of her knowledge. So the purpose of our area, why are we here? Our team is here to support the district initiative of optimizing all available resources by providing accurate and timely financial information to decision makers and citizens while ensuring compliance with accounting laws and procedures. So that is a nice statement, but how do we actually do that? So on the next few slides, I'll briefly explain our areas and our duties that we perform. So accounting. Overall, we really maintain the general ledger, and that is the master accounting document of all the transactions that go through our district. We do all the journal entries, so I review and approve all those journal entries. We do a month-end close, which closes the books to where nothing else could post. We run reports, and that leads to the next topic, the financial reporting, and these are the reports you all see on a monthly basis. So the revenue and expenditure report and construction report, and also the investment listing. We do the cash management for the district, so all the banking. We have our depository bank. With them, we have over 14 different checking accounts, and we also have 76 sub-accounts of those main checkings that are for our activity funds and our student nutrition funds. And then another thing we do is assessing our daily cash needs. So that is pulling up the bank every day, looking where the funds are, if we need to move things around, and also checking on the level of collateral if it's sufficient. And then we do bank reconciliations. So every month you compare the bank statement to what's in the GL, and that ensures all the transactions have been posted. We also do maintain the investments. So we have different investment pools and different money market accounts. So we maintain those, and if we are going to invest in a certain area, we do that actual transaction. We have receipts that come in. We have all of our property tax receipts. So that goes to our tax office. They work with our accountants, turning in reports every day. We do monthly reconciliations. And just last year, we brought in $326.8 million in taxes. So they're definitely busy over there recording everything and reconciling everything. We have funds we get from the TEA. We received over $77.8 million last year through the TEA, and that's reimbursements for our grant funds and our state aid. We also get cash and check deposits at all of our campuses. So they make those deposits, and we actually enter those into our financial system. And last year, we collected $4.4 million in those deposits. And we also coordinate the armor truck pickup for those two. And we get our online payments through RevTrack, and last year we did $2.1 million through RevTrack, and those are for student fees and other rental fees and tuition and et cetera. Accounts payable, these are this is how we actually make our payments to our vendors. So we do our weekly check runs that we do about 14,000 checks per year. We process 36,000 invoices for those payments. And then we also we have 1,600 approved vendors in our district, so we are their main contact. We resolve discrepancies and maintain relationships with them. And then other big disbursements we have is our big debt service payments in February and August. This year will be $61.5 million, and then we do our recapture payment. Last year we paid about $50 million. And then we also, this is where the accountants actually kind of get out there and kind of talk to people, and that is with our campus and department assistants. So we do trainings. We hold beginning of the year trainings to go over our policies. Again, we do trainings for new secretaries and bookkeepers. We maintain our procedure manual. We do cash handling procedures, and then activity funds, we help them reconcile. Now, last but not least, we have our financial audit and our ACFR that we produce. So we do that, it's our audit with our auditors, external auditors, which are Whitley Penn. We work with them. They come out here twice a year. They do field work and then a year-end audit. And when that's complete, in conjunction with them, we produce the annual comprehensive financial report. And from there, we submit it to the TEA and the GFOA and ASBO for awards we are accustomed to receiving from them. Here we go, our team one last time. I'm just so thankful for all of them. And that's really all I have prepared today, and just want to thank you, and have any comments or questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. Board members, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Guerra or Ms. Espinoza? Ms. Derrick.
Ms. Espinosa, thank you for presenting tonight. This was really fun to get to see on all the presentations, the people behind
yeah.
all the magic that happens. So I appreciate your willingness to do that.
Yeah.
And then also, I think it's really important because we've gotten updates tonight on the fiber network that was earlier, and then your presentation as well as the prior one that shows us how much happens behind the scenes before our kids are even sitting in a school classroom, and that it all has to come together in order to work. It really is magic. And so thank you to your team and all the other teams tonight that have presented, because it's not easy, y'all, running a school district. Like, there's a lot that happens. So I think showing all of us is really important to help us realize that this is very, very complicated and it takes a lot, and we have great people. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Additional comments or questions? Thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing everything with us, because you guys, again, like Sally said, are a part of the magic that makes sure that when we have teachers in front of kids, everybody gets paid.
Thank you.
All right. The next agenda item is 4C, Student Services Update. Dr. Hamlin? He's so excited.
Well, I'm going to tell you before I even get started, there's no one in this district that is more excited about the first Thursday of every month than I am. Thank you.
Do tell.
I'm about to. Dr. Eldridge, members of the board, I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you tonight about the proposed renovation of the Student Service Center. I hope to clarify some misconceptions that are out there currently regarding how we would use this new space. The fact of the matter is, student services as we know it today, it's not a well-oiled machine. It's just not. I don't believe it was designed to be effective or efficient. You know, we have so many services that we offer our students. So let's just take the name, the Student Service Center. If you're a student, a parent, a community member, or a 30-year CFB employee, you go to student services, you call student services, you expect to be able to receive services for our students and our families in a timely fashion, right? That's what you want us to be able to provide. Now, we have a plethora of services across the entire district, and we take care of our families better than any district around. That's fact. But what we don't do is we don't offer all of those services in one spot. If you want certain services, yes, you can come through student services, but student services then has to go to 5 or 6 different locations across the district. And then the reality is, we take notes when we talk with our parents at the campus level and in student services. And then we tell them we'll get back to you as soon as possible. And sometimes we're very fortunate. We can get what they need in 24 to 48 hours. But there are also times that we might not be able to get it to them for a week. And that's not acceptable. We want to be able to create a system that allows us to provide real-time support for our families. And that's what this new renovated space could do for us. Now, just going to talk a little bit more about enrollment, because enrollment is not the focus of a new student service center, but it's an important aspect of the center. As you can see, there are several documents that are required for a student to enroll. And although these are only documents, they're paper, but these 4 documents can completely turn a family's life upside down during the enrollment process. Why would that be? Because 1, can I locate the papers? Can I locate my birth certificate, my vaccination records? Are they updated? Do they need to be notarized? Certain documents that we need have to be notarized. A new student service center would allow us a space with our current staff to be able to take care of every need and challenge created by these documents. And that's just fact. And I want to be real clear. We have no intention of asking for any new staff right now. We can cross-train and use the staff that we have. I've mentioned we have so many different sort of resources out there that are provided by district employees. We want to be able to bring them together in one spot to provide that real-time service for our families. Now, being a I'm sorry, I should carry it with me. Being a former principal for about 20 years in this district, the greatest district in Texas, when you go through enrollment, there are so many things that happen that are not fun for our families or our staff. Enrollment, vaccinations, notary support, the student nutrition application, oh my gosh, that sends people all over the place. And then the homelessness and McKinney-Vento support that we can provide. And at times when we send, a parent comes up for enrollment and they don't have their vaccinations, we ask them to go get updated vaccinations. If we're lucky, they'll be back before school starts. But the fact is, many of our families, we won't see them for 1, 2, or 3 more weeks. They're not in school because they're getting everything taken care of because they thought they had it already. Now, bear with me for the next 3 or 4 slides. I'm going to take you on a little road trip, and I'm going to ask that you consider yourself a parent at one of our located campuses. The campus we're going to use tonight is McWhorter Elementary. Okay? So you go up to McWhorter Elementary. You're ready to enroll. You wait in line to enroll. You get up there, and then you find out you need your vaccinations updated, or you need a document notarized. Now you're going to have to leave. Okay, you didn't get to finish your enrollment process. So if you're that family, you need to go get vaccinations, you need to go get something notarized. Here's the path you're going to take. This is the closest free clinic that I could find for families at McWhorter. So it's a 17-minute trip, 6 miles. You go down, and I was really nice because I did look for the notary locations, and there were like hundreds all around the metro, I mean, all over the place. But the way I am, I want to be efficient, so I just found one on the same route. It's going to take you 17 minutes, plus the time it's going to take you to get your vaccinations, plus the time it's going to take you to get your documents notarized. Scenario 1. Scenario 2. Imagine yourself, same type of situation, but this time you don't have access to your own transportation. You use public transit. We have a lot of families that do. There's no direct route for you to be able to get to that vaccination clinic and get your documents notarized. So that route there, as you see, it's an hour, 4 minutes, hour and 5 minutes each way. So you just left McWhorter wanting to enroll. Now you're basically gone for 2.5 hours, just travel time, public transit, paired with the time it's going to take you to get your vaccinations. And then if you're lucky, you can get back to McWhorter to finish the enrollment process that day or the next. Scenario 3. You go to McWhorter, you don't have your documents, they send you to Student Services. It's a 24-minute round trip, and you get to Student Services. We're going to be able to provide you free notarization of all documents, free vaccinations, and while you're there, you're going to be able to finish the enrollment process. And you won't have to go back to McWhorter until day 1 of school. You don't have to go back and complete anything. You're done. Over. It's a game changer. This table here kind of just shows everything in a nutshell. If you're that family, that first scenario we talked about, you're going to have to go get some vaccinations. You're going to get some documents notarized. You're looking at 60 minutes minimum in the car. You're looking at spending gas money, $5, and anywhere up to $20 to get documents notarized, and that's if you have free vaccinations. Because everywhere I looked, notarization, it's $10 a document, and some of them charge 50 cents per page within that document, and that's for one kid. If you have multiple kids, you're going to spend more. Public transit, it's a 2.5-hour journey, $25 minimum. Ticket for an adult, $6, ticket for a kid, $3, plus notarization. And just the time, because that is only travel time. That's not the time it's going to take you to get the vaccinations done. But if you come straight to Student Services, 30 minutes round trip, tops, you're getting everything done free. Vaccinations, notarizations. And you're going to finish the process. You're going to be in the system. You're done until the first day of school. Now, I did ask, just in case it's been a while since I've been on campus as a principal, only 5 or 6 years, I did ask that we have some of our important people in our district to come and share what they experience at the campus level and the district level. Our first guest is going to be Ms. Eddie Reed. I've been asked to stand close to her because she's got about 2 or 3 minutes, but sometimes that doesn't happen, so I'm going to help her.
He ain't made me write it down. How you doing? Like, come on. All right, good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and the Board of Trustees. I'm here to speak to you tonight about something that I think is near and dear to all of our hearts, and that is the students we serve in CFB. I know all of you are well aware of the dramatic increase in enrollment due to families coming, of course, from Latin American countries, but also people and students who live in poverty. I want to say that during this time, this influx of families wanting to enroll in CFB, I gotta pull this up, CFB, ISD, and especially in schools like McWhorter Elementary, we are finding ourselves enrolling an overwhelming number of students. And although we welcome these students with open arms, I have to tell you that they do put a strain on our enrollment process. It's not intentional on their part, but our experience with these families and students are at a loss of how to do what we call in elementary big school. For a family who has just come to us from countries that don't have the same processes or procedures, they don't have the wherewithal or adept to use technology to enroll, we find ourselves having to stop everything in our front office to assist them. They're unaware that our entire enrollment process is online. And these students need immunizations. Their parents need to provide proof of residence, which, as Dr. Hamlin says, sometimes requires a notary, a valid ID in order for them to complete the enrollment process. And let's not talk about them possibly getting hygiene or servicing needs like a uniform or even filling out the free lunch program. So what might take 30 minutes for a family to enroll for us could take days. So if we start the process with them, as Dr. Hamlin stated, and they don't have the necessary documentation or paperwork, we may not see them back to enroll their kid for days, which only makes it worse because it delays the educational process for these children. So this process also stops my front office from doing the vital work necessary to run the school. I believe that the Student Service Center would be a wonderful opportunity that could really help support families like the ones that I support every day, because it's all in one setting. Enrollment and lunch applications can now be completed accurately. Home language surveys could be completing and maybe testing being done immediately without delay. Immunizations can be given to students before they even enter school, and uniforms possibly could be available. So I know as a district, which everybody who has stood up here has talked about, that has a reputation for taking care of their families by providing assistance to those in need, I believe that the Student Service Center would let families know that CFB cares about them and their children, and by making their first experience in big school a positive one. I want to thank you for your time.
All right, our next guest will be Ms. Kara Miller, principal of Ted Polk Middle School.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and Board of Trustees. As Dr. Hamlin stated, I am Kara Miller, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal of Ted Polk Middle School. I'm going to ask you to bear with me because you are going to see the language arts teacher in me come out in my persuasive essay writing skills. I stand before you this evening to advocate for an initiative that has the potential to enhance the enrollment experience for not only our families, but for our district to streamline the enrollment process through a new student service center. This proposal is not just a logistical shift, but it is a strategic move that can significantly benefit our families, school campuses, and various departments throughout the district. A new student service center will promote efficiencies for families. Many of our families have multiple children in which they are enrolling, potentially at the elementary, middle, and high school level. Having to report to each campus to enroll can be a tedious and stressful process for families. Families often share frustration with the process and varying information they receive from campus to campus. Many parents have expressed a desire to receive information from one point of contact for all children. A student service center would allow for enrollment of all children at one location in which parents, guardians could obtain pertinent information at one time and alleviate frustration and stress due to the process which is currently in place. Additionally, a new student service center would foster equity for families. By having a unified process, we can ensure that all families, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status, have equal access to opportunities provided by the district. Currently, when families enroll at the middle school level, there is a need to coordinate with various campus staff, which is dependent on staff availability. For example, the nurse is a crucial part of the process to communicate required immunizations as well as offer information about health services. Oftentimes, when a student is sent away for immunization, weeks go by before they return. Furthermore, families who are new to the country require language services. Students are unable to begin school until they have completed a language proficiency assessment, which must be scheduled with the bilingual ESL department. Once the campus receives test results, enrollment can be completed for students to begin. This process can further frustrate parents as their time is limited and there is a need to complete enrollment as quickly as possible. Additional resources could be offered, such as information regarding transportation, counseling, and financial supports the district has in place, to name a few. Having a one-stop shop will make the enrollment process more accessible and user-friendly for parents by ensuring a smoother transition for families, allowing them to navigate through the enrollment process seamlessly, leading to a more positive and efficient experience. Finally, many families try and enroll their children over the summer when the campuses are closed. Once enrollment specialists return to campus, they are overly inundated with enrollment requests as families require assistance with the process. A student service center would alleviate this issue as it would be open over the summer, allowing families to ensure their children are able to start school on time. In conclusion, the implementation of a student service center is a crucial step towards creating a more efficient, equitable, and collaborative educational environment. By embracing this initiative, we not only simplify the enrollment process, but also demonstrate our commitment to providing families with customer service and resources based on individual needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Chad Hunter, Principal, R.L. Turner High School.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and Board of Trustees. My name is Chad Hunter. I proudly serve as the principal at Turner High School. A little bit about Turner, based on the 2023 TAPER report. Turner is the largest high school in CFB ISD, and we serve just over 2,000 students. Of those students, 70% are considered economically disadvantaged, and we have a 14% mobility rate. So if there's a way that we can better serve our community when it comes to the yearly registration process, transfer process within the district, or new enrollments to the district, we would certainly want that. We have 3 amazing records clerks at R.L. Turner High School, Maria Ramos, Erica Ramirez, and Crystal Martinez, as well as a registrar, Nicole Loken. From July to mid-September, these clerks' full-time job is the enrollment and registration process. We often have families waiting in our lobby and in the hallway the weeks leading up to the first day of school. And during the first week of school, or excuse me, during the first week of school, we actually have to create a waiting room and a space for families seeking support on the enrollment process. And our clerks finalize that process for every single student that we serve. Then, from September to as of yesterday, they enrolled 243 new students. Our clerks live this work and are at the front lines of customer service for CFB ISD and RL Turner. So I went to them and our registrar, and I asked, how would a centralized enrollment option benefit our families and help them with the processing? This is what they shared with me. First, they said it would be beneficial for our families that have multiple students at different campuses. Most of our families that come to the campus either just left a campus or they're planning to leave Turner to go to another campus. A centralized location would mean this family could go to one spot for all their children. Second, my team shared with me that a centralized location could offset the hours we are open at the campus and provide family with evening hours of enrollment or even Saturday options. Another benefit to the centralized enrollment location that is unique to high school is supporting our families on their program of study options through CTE. We want our students to choose their program of study, and we are proud that we can offer transportation no matter what high school that student is zoned for. Our clerks are well equipped to speak about the programs of study at Turner, but not all of the high schools. The ESDC clerks would be better suited at speaking about the entire district's options. The clerks added that for about half our families, during the process gets paused. It gets paused because they have to seek guidance from the ESDC Student Services Department on things such as transfer approvals, students with no birth certificates, and students from other districts that may be behind on credits. In addition, about 40% of our new enrollments are directed to the ESDC anyway for language testing because English is not the first language spoken in their home. If families enroll at the ESDC, these types of things would be more streamlined and less of a burden on our families. Finally, the clerks also said it would help them with their jobs, thus improving our customer service. Our clerks are enrolling while at the same time they are still responsible for transcript requests, TREX requests, and verification of enrollment requests. They also shared that with me that within CFB ISD, every school has a little different process or uses a form a little differently, and they feel like a centralized location would also help create a universal processing system that would be beneficial for the entire district. We know the familiarity of our families have with their local schools is still very important. That won't change. The staff at RL Turner does believe a centralized location for enrollment would just be a great additional option that could have benefits for the community and the clerical staff that set the tone for our new students and the start of our school year. Thank you.
And now for district perspective, Ms. Sandra Leek, Director of our Health Services Department.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and esteemed board. I'm privileged to be the Director of Health Services, and I come before you this evening to share some of the experiences that our department has had in the provision of vaccines for our enrolling students. We have had a much larger demand for vaccines this year. So far, we've administered 1,212 vaccines, and we have 4 families scheduled for first thing tomorrow morning. Many of the families that we have served are recent immigrants, and during their journeys, they lose all of their documentation. This necessitates them starting the entire process over to comply with state law and with CDC requirements. So this means that depending on the age of the student, a student may need 7 vaccines to start school. They often come back to us monthly or to maintain their vaccine compliance as well, because most of these families, they don't have insurance and they don't know how to access our healthcare system. Dallas County immunization clinics have also been overwhelmed by demand, and they are an unreliable source of vaccines for our students. To give you a recent example, a family that lives near Long Middle School, they were enrolling a student there, and as has been mentioned, the enrollment process was paused because they didn't have documentation needed for vaccines and other things. The family they didn't have transportation, they walked to a pharmacy for vaccines. The pharmacy was out of vaccines. They then walked to the immunization clinic from Dallas County on Valwood Parkway, found out that that location also was out of vaccines. So then they walked back to CFB, to Health Services, and we vaccinated their 3 children. They were, despite all the miles they walked, they were extremely grateful that we were able to provide this service for them. Another family arrived with 4 children to receive vaccines. The parents felt sometimes we immunize the older children first and let the younger child watch, but the parents felt this would be too traumatizing, so they wanted us to vaccinate the youngest child first. So while we were doing this, one of the older siblings backed up and his shoulder hit the fire alarm in our space. Our space is pretty tight over there. So then we had absolute pandemonium. We have a crying child, we have the fire alarm going off, security running down there to see what's going on, and we had at least 10 people in this little room. So that's kind of the example of what we're doing on a daily basis. Our district, as has been noted, has had a large increase in immigrant population this year, and that community shares information. So some of the families we served told their friends and family that we were giving free vaccines, and we had van loads of people arriving for vaccinations. So that we had to kind of pivot and change our processes and have the families go to their campus nurse to make an appointment so that we could, number one, make sure that we had the vaccines they needed, and that we could conserve our vaccines for our families that are enrolling in CFB schools. And in conclusion, we, as in any health-related service, you have to sign a consent. We can't vaccinate a minor child without a consent from a parent and without doing some contraindications, making sure that it's safe to administer vaccines to the child. Even though we provide this, it's just paper, we're not asking them to get on a computer, and they are in Spanish, many of the families are unable to read them. And so we must provide a Spanish-speaking staff member to sit beside that parent and read the document and explain it to the parent and tell them where to sign. And some of them are signing with an X. So this is just very, as you can imagine, it's very labor-intensive and time-intensive. And while we do our best to serve CFB students and families with excellence in a less-than-ideal setting, I believe the proposed enrollment center would provide a much more polished, professional, and customer service-oriented experience for our enrolling parents. And we are competing. And so I think we should be mindful that the importance of making a good first impression on our parents cannot be overstated. Thank you.
She talked about having the 1,212 vaccinations so far this year. And as you can see, this is what, obviously it's in the auxiliary building in the parking lot on the other side of the ad building here. But I want to show you this next picture. Kind of related to that. So imagine 1,212 students coming up to get vaccinations. That's the front door on the left. When you walk in, the picture on the right, that is the space they have. There have been times when we have 20 or 30 people here to get vaccinations, and what they have to do is they have to line up on that wall in the middle picture outside, whether it's hot or cold, or they can sit in a car and wait because we don't have enough room in that space for more than one family. We don't have a waiting room. Now, I kind of brought back this slide because I think it's extremely important. Having the opportunity to present to the board every single month starting in August, you can go back and look at your presentations anytime that I've spoke. This slide's been part of my presentation, the importance of having CIS, culture, an extraordinary culture, top instruction for our students, and having the opportunity to create systems and routines that will lead to student achievement as well as achievement across the district and all departments. And those 8 things that I listed below, rebranding student services, because you've heard me say this over and over all year long. Customer service at the highest level, priority. Enrollment partnership with our campuses, not taking over enrollment. partnering with our campuses to provide a better product. New enrollment and transfer processes and procedures. We've gotten so many positive comments about the things that we've already changed. And I said earlier, we're not a well-oiled machine, but we're getting there because we've made some great changes so far, but we can still get better. And then obviously our focus on daily attendance and having our attendance plan that we've created through student services and with the help of our principals in central office. I think it's also important to talk real quick about once again, a reminder, what campuses can't do and what Student Service Center can do. Campuses cannot notarize documents, provide immunizations, promote, like Mr. Hunter said, district-wide programs. Because I'll tell you, as a principal at Blaylock, I want to tell you everything great that we did because I want you at my school. I'm not going to have all the information about all the other great offerings that we have to the other campuses. At the campus level, they cannot provide year-round enrollment support because they're not open year-round. June and July, there's no one there. And that's really a lot of the complaints that we get is, I've been calling the campus, no one's calling me back. Well, no one's there to answer the phones. And they do not have the resources or the capability, technology-wise, to enroll a student that's not going to their campus. So if you have a family show up, then we have many of our families that have students in elementary, middle, and high, but that campus can only take care of their kid. What can a student service center do and provide? We can notarize all documents free of charge. We can provide immunizations. By providing those immunizations early, we're going to automatically increase ADA because so many, and you heard them say it, so many of our kids, they don't have their immunizations, and it takes them not just 1 or 2 days many times, sometimes weeks to come back to school. So we're losing that ADA there. But having an opportunity to give them immunizations early, they're in school day one. They're not falling behind. Immediate McKinney-Vento homelessness support. Provide enrollment assistance year-round. We're already talking about how we can do that in June and July and offer flexible scheduling for families that are working during the day. They can come in at night once or twice a week during some hours. We can alter our work schedule for our staff and possibly have some weekend opportunities as well. And then at the new Student Service Center, we can enroll a family of 3 or 4 that have multiple campuses they need to go to. They don't need to go to 3 or 4 campuses. They go to the Student Service Center, and we can enroll every single one of them right then. Real quick timeline. Timeline's important, obviously, and I want to really emphasize the importance of this. Once again, we're not taking the enrollment opportunity away from the campuses. We're just adding another layer, another opportunity, because we want to be a 100% online enrollment district. That's our goal. That's what we push. That's what we really strive to be. But we know that's really for those families that are tech savvy and get things done. That's not a problem for them. But we have a large group of our families who can do most of it online, but they need a little bit of support so they can go to the campus-based enrollment support. But then we have some of those families, a lot of our families, that need in-depth support regarding technology and how to upload all the documents and having that accessibility. That's where really student services can come in and partner and create that whole rounded process. But you have 3 options now, not 1, not 2, but 3. Now, we've talked about the timeline a little bit. Obviously, we started our application process in February. It's really heavy in March. The transfer, we've already had over 300 transfer requests, 350 to be exact. And obviously, our enrollment window opens April 2nd. And we're really doing that big push for May. We want that the campuses competition, and we're pushing the Fast Pass that Dr. Eldridge talked about earlier, because all those incentives that we need our families to register early. Because right now, the past 5 years, we typically average 10 to 12% of our students are enrolled, register for the next school year before they leave for the summer. We can't make the decisions we need to make if they're not registered, because we don't know how many kids are going to be with us. But if we can get that number up to 75%, we can make some real quick decisions, and we can start answering those transfer requests, and that way we don't overcrowd campuses because of our system. June and July, it was talked about several times already, we'll be able to offer support with enrollment and registration throughout the entire year through the Student Service Center. because our campuses are short-staffed or they're altogether closed in parts of June and July. And then obviously, August, September, campuses are fully charged. They're taking care of the enrollment process. Student Services is here to partner with them to, once again, provide more services and opportunities for our parents. System efficiency and effectiveness. That's what I've always been about as a teacher, as a campus-based administrator, and now in central office. Our goal is to create a system that allows us to provide all the services our families need in an efficient, caring, equitable, and inclusive manner, strengthening family, school, and community partnerships. I really like this visual here, and I hope you do too, because it's really about putting our families and our students first. And this is just a great way to look at it. Like I mentioned earlier, we have to go everywhere around the district, 5 or 6 different places to get the services that our families are seeking. But by being able to have this new student service center and bringing those departments and parts of the departments within the center, they come to student services, we're going to be able to, someone said earlier, provide multilingual assessments on the spot. We're going to be able to help them with their enrollment process, because if you see student information in our PEMS department, we're going to have some of those, especially our district registrar, the person who goes around and trains all of our enrollment specialists at all the campuses, they'll be housed within the Student Service Center. So they're going to be able to help us with that process. We're going to have someone there that's going to also be able to train us and help us in helping and providing that assistance for the student nutrition application. Vaccinations, you saw where she's currently providing those vaccinations. We want our health services department to come in and join the student services team and be part of that structure and that design. And then obviously counseling is already at ESDC with us now, but being able to once again provide those wraparound services that they provide, the SEL support is going to be crucial. And as you see, the Board of Trustees, the key, it's about everything we do, because we know you hold us to a high standard, and we want that. And you're part of our team, and we're going to make sure that we do everything right and provide the services that our students deserve. Now, this Student Service Center is not something that we just created. There are several districts around us that already have these up and running. 3 districts that I either talked to or I visited and toured myself: Plano ISD, Dallas ISD, and Lancaster ISD. I'm going to show you just real quick just a couple of pictures of what it could look like or what it does look like in other districts. This here is the Enrollment Assistance Center. As you can see, they call it the Welcome and Enrollment Center. Families come in and they are received by a staff member, and instantly they're provided the services they need or the direction they need within that building. This one here, they have a food pantry within their own building. And what does this remind you of? Our incredible partnership with MetroCrest Services and their food pantry, which is in our parking lot, right next door. And for us to have the opportunity to build that bridge between MetroCrest Services that we already have with this strong partnership, CFB and our families, being able to provide this opportunity for them is amazing. And you know, obviously, this one also has a clothes closet. And you know, in CFB, we have the Giving House. But once again, the Giving House is in the warehouse. It's not in student services. So it's going to take us time and the resources to go and get everything that we need and then deliver to our families, when we could just have it within our own structure in the Student Service Center. And then that way we can provide real-time support needed for our families. I had to show this one again just because 1,200 vaccinations, they have to go through this, even though it's a great service, and Ms. Leak has an incredible team, but it's cramped, one family at a time. Wait outside, it's hot, it's cold, sit in your car. It's just, we can do better as a district. 2 minutes, I'll be done. I just want to give you an opportunity to see this quick video.
The CFB ISD Student Services Center will be the one-stop shop for all things necessary to onboarding our students. Families entering the district will be able to access a variety of services to meet their needs. Everything in one place, at one time, ready to learn from day one. Let's start with registration and enrollment. Students and families will receive assistance filling out all necessary paperwork when enrolling in the district. They will have access to on-site notarization of documents, as well as confirmation of the student's assigned campus. High school students will also be able to explore and select their programs of study. Next, families will be able to determine if they qualify for district transportation for their child. They will have a chance to go over bus routes and pickup schedules before they sign up for transportation services. On-site testing will also be provided for emerging languages, special services, and gifted and talented designation. Health services are included and will provide on-site vaccinations, a medical clinic, and prescription eyeglasses from Essilor. Families will learn about and have access to counseling services provided by our CFB ISD Counseling Center, ensuring the student's social and emotional well-being is accounted for. Parents will receive special assistance setting up and logging into various district communication channels. We will also help parents learn to utilize Parent Square to receive updates from the district. At the end of the day, everything we do is for our students. Along with all the other services mentioned, we will also provide assistance with completing student nutrition applications, acquiring school uniforms and supplies, and signing up for after-school programs. Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD is here to serve all of our students and families. And with our Student Services Center, we can provide everything in one place at one time so students are ready to learn on day one.
I have to give a big shout out to Ryan Ordmandy. He's did an incredible job on this film.
The CFBI.
So good, I want you to watch it again. Now, any questions?
Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Brady?
So I think it sounds great. I think it's an undue burden to our front office staff who's having to process all of these kids in the middle of the school year. My question is, at the Student Center, is one of the ideas or the objects of this that there will be some kind of a database so that people who are registering the kids would assign them to schools, and we would have a cap on schools and classrooms to know how many kids are there, how many kids we can still put in there, how many kids have to go to a different campus because we don't have enough room at one campus?
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the big changes now with the enrollment process because, the enrollment, and we've talked about this before, the enrollment process has not been part of student services. Now it is. So I currently already meet with HR and we go over numbers of every single elementary class and secondary classes on how many kids are in each class. So we actually know exactly how much space we have. And so that is going to be part of the process, absolutely. And that way we can sign them, because what we don't want to do, obviously, especially with the transfer request, overload a classroom, and then a neighborhood kid would have to go somewhere else. So we would be on top of that. We're doing that right now.
Additional comments or questions? Ms. Derrick?
Okay, I'm going to go on record and say I'm not opposed to this idea. I just still have lots of questions. What I need to understand is, I'm just thinking about our families that have mobility issues. If a family takes public transportation to get to a service center, are we going to, at that same visit, be able to check every single one of those boxes? Enrollment, immunizations, testing for language, gifted and talented, whatever else, and any other need? Or are we going to tell these families, you have to come back later for those services? I mean, that's my big fear, is that we have to think about where these families are coming from, and they cannot be asked to go back and forth on public transportation or walking, like that poor family that sounds like they walked literally around the entire Metroplex to try to find immunizations. We really need to be mindful of, if this is going to be a one-stop shop, we're going to have staff on deck ready to go anytime a family walks in. And then that now worries me, because we're saying this is no additional staffing needed. Our current model is not this. And so that means anybody currently working at the ESDC has been working on a scheduling model where they know when they're scheduling kids for testing, they plan their day around that. You're going to have staff that literally are going to be expected to drop everything anytime a family walks in, because that's what we're saying we're going to offer them. I need some assurance that that's what we're going to give these families, because I do not want to hear that we are going to ask a family who walked 16 miles to get there has to come back a second time because we weren't ready to offer them something they needed.
Well, and that's exactly why we're creating this opportunity for our families, because as we also talked about, is families are doing that right now. We're not taking over the enrollment process. We're not taking anything away from the campuses. They're going to be able to do the exact process they've always been able to do. We're giving them now this third option. And our goal absolutely is to be able to provide all these services at one time. Now, we are going to have opportunities for them to schedule. So we can, if we know you're coming, we're going to go ahead and schedule you a slot for some of those testing opportunities that we talked about. But please know that some of those testing opportunities take up to 1.5 to 3 hours per kid. So obviously, we're not going to expect a family to be there for 12 hours if they have 2 or 3 kids, right? But we are going to try to do our very best. I'm not going to sit here and say that we're going to be able to meet everybody's needs the very first time, because especially if we're out of vaccinations, because that could happen. There's a lot of things that could happen, but we're providing them a third option, a better option, that if they do come, we have everything here. Because if they do go to the campus and they need that vaccination, they have to leave there anyway to come to us or somewhere else. But if they come to us directly, we'll be able to take care of as much as we can. So there will be times, Ms. Derrick, that some people will have to come back, because that's already happening. But we're trying to create a system that we can really minimize that.
I think that would be my ask, is that we really think about this from the lens of the families that are moving into our district, or maybe are already here, that are already experiencing such extreme life challenges. And the last thing we need to do is make all of this difficult for them. We want these kids in school, like, now.
Absolutely.
And the quicker we can get all this worked out for them, the better. I just don't want to hear that we've created new processes that have made it sounds great on paper, it looks pretty, but now our families are still experiencing just as many barriers to get what they need. That's the last thing we need to be offering them. So that's my cautionary tale of, we have to think about the barriers to health, the barriers to school, all the things, and how we can eliminate those barriers. Because we have the ability as a school district to really get this right, but we also have the ability as a school district to make this very complicated for families that cannot afford to have very complicated systems. So I will stop.
No, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
Thinking about that little bitty nurse's office, how much space is going to be at this new facility? Or how much are you using of the existing building? And for every department, have y'all already massaged square footage to be able to accommodate the 20 families, 50 families that rush in there on Monday morning?
Well, it's still in the design phase, but I know initial talks, we've talked about basically 2 classroom sizes, which is 20 times larger than what you've seen in the picture for the vaccinations already. So absolutely, we would have more than enough space.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Hatfield. Yes, Ms. Hrbacek.
Thanks for the information, and thanks to the speakers. Is enrollment specialists a staff designation that's used district-wide?
We have enrollment specialists at it's not called specialists. I mean, we have enrollment paras that help at every single campus. Yes.
Okay. And if enrollment, if a family so chooses, continues to happen at the campus, because what I've heard is that that's still an option.
Absolutely. That's the first option.
So, I mean, you've already said, we've got some process problems and system problems, just from that overall. But are those specialists, or I'm sorry, the paras that support that effort, is that going to be new training or new, how are we improving it at the campus level if a family so chooses? Maybe they have the means for for transportation or anything like that, and they choose to go to these multiple locations, but there's still problems with the process.
Right, and so that's really what we're working on. We're trying to streamline those processes, and really it's, once again, having that student service center. It is that backup. It's that plus one. because they haven't had that before. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get it to where it's a one-stop shop, whether they go to the campus or they come to at the district level. Because right now, they're having to go to so many different places to receive the services that they're trying to get. And be able to open up a student service center, you're going to be able to get your McKinney Venture, your homelessness needs taken care of first stop. You're going to be able, like I said, get those vaccinations, get those notaries, those documents notarized. The campuses are just not equipped to do those things. And we have so many families that are, like we said, they leave us because they're trying to get these things taken care of, and we don't see them for 3 weeks. And that's a concern. But if we have a center like this, then they're going to be able to leave that campus if they need to and come to us, and we can take care of it then. And then they're back in school before school even starts, because we have so many kids that are not. So that's what we're really trying. That's our first remedy in what we're trying to really help and minimize the struggles of our families, is being able to get them back in school as quickly as possible. But there's going to be barriers. There's going to be. I mean, there's no silver bullet for this situation, because we're going to do something we've never gone through before. But what we do know is we have to do something, and we're trying to create a system that allows us to really enhance the things that we already offer. And like I kind of mentioned earlier, we want to be able to provide real-time support, not support a week from now. We want to give something to our parents that they can truly take, and it benefits them immediately. And this center will give us that opportunity.
Is that okay? Follow up? I do not disagree with the benefit of having it all consolidated. Absolutely, I can see. But we also have families that have immunizations, have all their paperwork, and they just need to enroll, right? And
Absolutely.
That needs to be easy as well at our campuses, with the same level of support that they would get at a combined or a combined center,
Yeah,
I guess. That's the, I mean, and we have the spectrum, right? We always say we have a broad spectrum and demographics that we serve. And, you know, we have to be aware of those families, aware of different families in different situations. And I'm in the families that Ms. Derrick mentioned. That's what I was talking about. And I think we are overestimating the impact that a family new to country, state, city, school district would be aware that we have this option available, and would show up at our campus first, and we're just still in the same situation.
Yeah,
I think that's my overall, one of my concerns.
And one thing I wanted to also just kind of reemphasize is, you know, we do know that we have 3 levels of the enrollment process. Obviously, we want to be 100% online enrollment, and those are for those families that can do that. They're tech savvy and they can get it done. It's very easy for them. And then we have that second tier that really need to be able to go. They can get a lot of their online enrollment stuff done, but they just need to go to the campus, get a couple of things taken care of. But then this student service center really is all encompassing. It's those families that we've talked about many times. They cannot upload one document. They need help with their vaccinations. They need help with notarizations. Just the thing, that deep support that they need. That's where the student services really comes in and makes that benefit. And like we talked about, those families that have multiple kids at different campuses, you can do it all at one campus instead of going to 2 or 3.
Absolutely.
Ms. Garza Rojas.
Thank you for your presentation. So I know you mentioned Plano ISD. Did you actually go and see the facility or the Student Services Center, like how it works, or was it just like conversation with them, or?
I visited their website and I actually talked with them, the people who run it. The one of the ones that I went to, Dallas and Lancaster. Those are the ones that I visited, but Plano I did not.
What
But
was
Plano
their
had a
plu-
great,
Okay.
video. So.
What was their plus? Like, what did you love about their Student Services Center that we're bringing to us?
Well, you know, really the different, I would say Lancaster. Lancaster is really doing stuff that no one else was doing. I mean, they literally, you talked about not just enrolling kids at a campus, they're actually putting kids in classes. We're not doing that. They're actually monitoring daily attendance for the teachers. It's a small district. They can do that. We're not doing that. So it just really depends on, you know, what you're really looking for. Every district does something a little bit different. Lancaster really had a deep dive into everything, unlike what Plano had and what Dallas has. But Plano itself, they had, to me, the best video to where I could really show good pictures of what it could look like. But I know for a fact that if we have an opportunity, we'll be able to do exactly what they're doing, if not more. Because we already do so much and we already offer so many services. Once again, it's just we have our services spread across the entire district. It's not efficient. It's not effective. In our eyes, it could be, but the family that we're telling we'll get back with you in a week, it's not effective to them. They feel like we're just pushing them away. We need to be able to provide them that real-time service. That's what our goal is.
And I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I've seen it myself with my own eyes. I had a family that went to UPS, and this was Roxy, my wife, actually experienced this. She was returning shoes, and a family was getting 3 forms notarized at $30. It was kind of crazy that they were at UPS down the road when we're here, and they didn't even know where to go. So this center is based on our needs of our families and demographics and our population. Am I right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Thank you.
And I know that we can do this, and we can hit a home run with it, and our families deserve it. But if what we offer today, we could offer 10 times more tomorrow. Because like anything, when you start something new, there's going to be some roadblocks, there's going to be some barriers. But you've heard me say it over and over again, we can always get better. And so what we have the opportunity to do today, we could do more later.
Additional questions or comments? Okay. First, I want to thank our principals for taking the time to sit through all of this, but also to share with us because I think it's deeply important. And one of the questions that I have that kind of relates to what they talked about with the overwhelmingness in their buildings is what the work of enrolling students doing impacting their ability to monitor daily attendance and support families that maybe aren't at school that are enrolled? Is it impacting their ability to support our current families?
What do you think? Anyone will take that?
Meaning that when your team at the front desk who checks attendance reports, is looking at all the various things that they do to make the school function, is enrolling these students and the time they're taking to enrolling these students, taking away from the services that we're providing to check on our families that are already enrolled and make sure that they're getting a high quality education, because maybe we're not able to say, we had 25 absent today, let's call the 10 that have been gone for 3 days.
I think on my campus, I'll be perfectly honest, because of the status in which they come to us, it does take away sometimes from us. I mean, I got a wonderful office staff, so my attendance clerk will take some of that away from my PEIMS clerk, because my PEIMS clerk is the one that really enrolls them. So when she is sitting down with with families, because we had so many, we had to start doing it by appointment, because it was just an influx of coming in. So she sits with them, and many times, as I said in my talk with you guys, or my presentation, is that they're not used to this. So it takes time to help them, navigate what I say big school looks like and the processes. So she's sitting down with them, going almost, sheet by sheet in the enrollment process, so that they can understand their enrolling. So at that time, she's not running PEIMS reports. She's not doing some of the things for her job, simply because that's how much labor intensive it is to sit with them. And we want to offer them customer service. We want them, to come and love us and want to stay with us, but it is labor intensive to do that. And
Okay.
so I have, like I said, wonderful PEIMS people, and
Of course.
a lot of times she'll stay late to get some of her work done.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, no matter whether they go to option one, go to the campus or go to the center, what I've heard multiple times is we have leavers. And the leavers are gone for 1 to 2 to 3 weeks and they come back. And then to the point of some other board members, if we can't do everything in one stop, because obviously there are appointments, things have to happen, how will we be tracking leavers and following up with them?
Absolutely. That's one thing we're doing. I mean, we're looking at any way that we can create new systems to help support what we're trying to do, because systems is going to lead us to success. I mean, we are so inefficient and ineffective in so many ways within the student services and what we were doing right now with all the things we're trying to do, and it's taking way too much time. So absolutely, systems is everything that we're trying to create. New systems that's going to enhance our product.
Yeah, Dr. Eldridge?
I think one of the things that we have to think about is we have to be more like air traffic control. And being at Eddie's campus, I think she enrolled 3 families when I was there. The teacher has 27 students, and yet as a district, we don't know that. So we keep giving her more students, and in my mind, we've got to start when they enroll to monitor that our campus is closed, and that we send them to another campus close, and then when the campus, maybe somebody moves. But I think in your bilingual first grade, there's 27 or 28 students, and yet that's another system that we have to correct, because we cannot do this to our teachers. That they go to the campus, they enroll, but we're not communicating that enrollment or monitoring that, and that's a PEMS clerk issue. That's a technology system that we have to put in place to say, we have too many students in this one class, we need to close it. And I think it would balance out the campuses. We can't continue to have one campus of this and then overloading. I think for secondary, we miss an opportunity to get our master schedules done. I don't know how many students you all had in the gym and the lobbies the first day, and we couldn't get them scheduled. So, it's a lot of things. It's not, I think it's a system within a system at every place we go. And I think the student, we've got to fix a system that at the campus, we don't overload one campus. And I think Kara has, I think you're up to about 40, 41, maybe more. Yes, 120. So it used to be 40. But so we have to redirect where they go. And that's the power that sometimes the principals don't have. They just take them.
And that's something that we're doing now. And I mentioned it earlier that Student Services is working very closely with HR, and we are going through the numbers almost at a daily basis. It's 2 or 3 times a week that we make sure we know how many kids are in every single class, whether it's bilingual class or monolingual class, whether it's middle school, whether it's high school. We know the classes that are getting full.
And I think this presentation's information so that we can get your feedback to create, like, what other barriers are we not thinking about, and what other systems do we need to fix, so it's concise whether you go to the campus, online, or the service center, because there's so much more we need to create to make it all systemic. So that's why it's just information.
Ms. Derrick?
I think, and I just want to build on that I want to make it clear, a building is not going to fix systems. People are going to fix systems. And so I think we just need to continue the conversation of, you started off the presentation by saying we are not a well-oiled machine. Like, we already identified we're not doing this well, period. A building is not going to fix that. So I think the conversation has to continue to make sure we're looking at how are we going to do this right? Because we can do this right. But when we're starting from a place where we are not serving our families well in a lot of circumstances, and we need to fix that before we can say, let's invest a bunch of money in a building.
100% agree, and that's one thing that we did talk about is the systems that we have already created, and we talked about obviously the attendance plan, the new systems and routines for enrollment and transfers, and really in talking about not a well-oiled machine. My biggest point with that is we have all these great resources for our families, but we have to go just within our own system 5 or 6 different places to get them, when there's no reason why we couldn't have a facility just but through renovation till we have all of those resources for our families in one spot. Because right now, if you need certain resources, you have to go, like I said, we're just kind of chasing around the district 5 or 6 different stops to be able to provide the easy services that our families need. But if we have them within the Student Service Center, which is extremely easy to do, it's all there. And we don't have to tell a family we have to deliver it to them 3 days later, a week later. We give it to them real time before they leave. And that's really the goal. is to have all of these resources in one spot.
Thank you, Dr. Hamlin. Or Mr. Shackman?
I got a promotion, Dr. Shackman. Dr. Hamlin, thank you for the information. It seems to me that this is an excellent idea, but there's one piece missing at the end. We have not said when we're going to evaluate it and figure out if it actually is accomplishing what we need it to do. It's great to say we can get all these services together, but in the final analysis, if we're spending money to make it happen, it's got to benefit our kids, and we have to be able to come back to the board and say, look, here's the great results that we've seen. And I would suggest that that needs to be built into the process.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamlin.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is 4D, the solar eclipse, which is becoming quite the hot topic. My Facebook feed is blowing up with news, so I'm looking forward to hearing about this, Ms. McLean.
Well, good evening, President Hatfield and Dr. Eldridge and members of the board. My name is Christy McLean, and I have the honor of serving as the Director of Science for CFB ISD, and I get to talk with you guys this evening about a great opportunity we have here at all of our campuses for our students, and you'll get some background information on what is coming. In 33 days, the countdown is on for the total solar eclipse, Great American Solar Eclipse. There's all sorts of things. I saw the city of Carrollton posted on social media too, some of the events that they're having at Josie Ranch. So I'm going to give you some background information on just what's going on, some things you may be hearing in the media, what is happening, what the event actually is, and then what our plans are for our students in CFB ISD. So on April 8th, Dallas is within, specifically CFB, is within the path of totality. And so this is really a once-in-a-lifetime event that we're really lucky to be able to have all of our campuses within that path so that our students, during the school day on Monday, April 8th, that they can view a total solar eclipse. The path of totality is from around 12:23 p.m. to 3:02, with totality meaning where the moon completely blocks out the sun. So it'll get a little bit darker. Will be just under 4 minutes long. So our students have the opportunity and our staff to view that. The next total solar eclipse will not be visible from our area until 2317. So it really is once in a lifetime. The city of Dallas is expecting approximately 750,000 travelers to come into this area. So you may have heard or seen things on the news like Corsicana, Ennis, Terrell, canceling school or calling for a state of emergency. So those areas are like right in the middle of the path of totality. So all these travelers that are coming in, they're going to areas such as that, so it'll have a lot of impact on our community. So just things to be aware of. So this is a great infographic. We've gotten a lot of information from the Frontiers of Flight Museum, as well as the Perot Museum. So just background information, a total solar eclipse occurs when the moon completely obscures the sun's surface. So during totality, the sky will darken as if dusk has come early. It's not going to be totally dark, but it will be interesting to see what other things are visible in the sky. So viewers have to be at a location within the center of the moon's shadow when it touches the earth to experience a total eclipse, which is what we will see from our location. And if weather conditions are right, we may be able to see the sun's corona, which is the outer atmosphere of the sun, at totality. Questions about weather, I had that from administrators this morning. So the last 20 to 30 years of data shows that Texas, specifically Dallas, is a prime location for viewing, and that we have like a 75% chance of wonderful weather, so we're all going to keep our fingers crossed for that. And would y'all be kind enough to pass these down? So I have brought solar eclipse classes for the members of the board. So very exciting. CFB received a donation of just under 28,000 solar eclipse viewing glasses. The Perot, I think, had 1 million donated to them, and we are blessed enough to be able to get some of those. So it is for every student enrolled in the district and the campus staff that will be there to support and supervise our students. Another bit of just some science for you guys. So when I speak of the path of totality and when we will be able to view the total solar eclipse, this is what is known as the diamond ring and Bailey's beads, which are signs that it's okay to take off the glasses. But anytime before that, when you are viewing the event, you have to have them on. Yes, so I see, like, you can't see anything out of them. So there's lots of considerations for our teachers and staff that are monitoring our students. Like, we don't put these on and run around at recess because it blocks out 99.9% of the light. So it's very important that while they're viewing this up to totality, that the glasses are on. For just under 4 minutes, we will be able to take them off and view, and then we put them back on. So it's kind of known as when the first diamond ring appears, we know that we'll soon see Bailey's beads, which allows us to see the topography of the moon with the sun's light coming up from behind it, and then we get our total solar eclipse, and then we'll see another diamond ring at the end. It's time to put our glasses back on. So due to the significance of this historic event and the fact that we want all CFB ISD campuses to participate, because we are within the path of totality, we started planning for this. I probably started a year and a half ago. It was just a big part of the science community. What are we doing at our campuses? Do we have money to get glasses? Lots of things that we couldn't answer those questions right at that time, but we're here 33 days away. But I also pulled together folks within our district so we would have a safety planning, a solar eclipse planning committee so that we could make clear recommendations for the teachers and students in our district. So some of the members on that committee included myself, members of CNI, safety and security, health services, some of our chiefs of school leadership, and we also used some of these other organizations and groups for guidance, including just seeing what other districts around us had planned as well. So the viewing guidance for CFB ISD, all students in grades K through 12 are going to have the opportunity to view the eclipse and will be provided with the eclipse viewing glasses that you now have. Their opportunity will come through either an outdoor viewing option or an indoor live stream option. The suggested viewing time is approximately 1:30 to 2, but it can be less for our younger learners. It could be more for our astronomy classes. So we're giving campuses a bit of autonomy to make those choices of what's best for them. For grades 2nd and up, families will have an opt-out form so that they can either choose for their child to not participate in the outdoor viewing or not participate in it whatsoever. We serve a diverse community, and so we know that there will be some families that don't want to participate for whatever the reason may be. For our youngest learners in grades kindergarten and 1st grade, families must opt in for the child to participate. So they will be given the opportunity to opt in for K and 1, but as always, they can also opt out of not participating in any of it whatsoever. Pre-K will be an indoor live stream only. And the live streams take place, we have NASA, timeanddate.com, there's several other organizations that will be live streaming the event. So campuses will use a fire drill or evacuation type procedure to move students to their ideal viewing location. They will be documenting where the viewing locations are. I've talked to principals this morning about your younger learners. You can have them in a shaded area so they can observe the phenomena of the shadows through the trees and only move out into, out of the shade when it's really time to view it, and then back under the shade, just for safety reasons. Let's see, for elementary campuses, we're gonna cancel outdoor recess from noon and on. As y'all saw, you can't see through, so we don't want to be running around with our glasses on. And then our central administration, ESTC, and Huey staff is going to be available to support the campuses just with extra eyes and supervision. Okay, so that's the end, and I want to know what questions that you guys have about the event.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Yes. So we are not canceling school. We are going to be here, and we're going to have a great day. Yes. That's the first thing to know. Board members, any other questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
I think it's so exciting. I will be in the Corsicana area that day, so it'll be really great. I was thinking about the B. Salazar children. Will they be able to participate in this?
Yes, so all of our campuses were included. Grimes, B. Salazar, Huey, and then Early College High School. If we have students there, they were included.
Wonderful,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Additional comments or questions? Ms. Derrick?
Ms. McLean, I know this probably isn't a you question, but I just want to put out into the universe, are we imagining, and this can be a follow-up later, any like afternoon disruption to transporting students as a result of the increased traffic? Mr. Hill is nodding his head yes. Will we be communicating this to families ahead of time to let them know? Because I just worry that like if our bus routes start getting delayed because they're stuck in unanticipated traffic, nothing will panic a parent like a bus not showing up with their child on it. So, okay, thank you.
And to that point with communication to families, I know you said there's going to be opt-in and opt-out depending on the grades. I have already heard a few families say we're pulling our kids so we can enjoy this. So do we have a communication plan besides just the opt-in, opt-out forms to start letting them know we are excited about the day?
Yes, we do.
Great.
We will be communicating with families. Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right. Yes, Ms. Benavides.
When I was looking at my calendar, we have an honors breakfast, and I wondered if that would be impacted.
So the larger part of the event, I mean, it doesn't happen until afternoon. So, you know, traffic I can't speak to. I know Dallas is a hot spot because we have hotels, we have restaurants. And so I've heard of some of the absurd prices of like getting a place in Corsicana or in Terrell. So I think we are ideal because, hey, if you're going to come here, you might as well come and have fun in DFW as well. But I don't foresee that, but I mean, if you're driving down 35, maybe, you know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. McLean, for the information and the amount of time that's gone into this. It's very exciting, and it's exciting that we were able to get the donation to have our students be able to enjoy the entire experience. So thank you for all of your efforts and for all in putting together a committee to make sure we're being thoughtful about this.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, board members, we still have quite a bit more to go before we have a break. So do we need to take a recess? All right, I'm going to keep going. We are going to proceed to our next agenda item number 5, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Ms. Derrick?
I'd like to remove 5P for individual consideration.
All right, I have 5P. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? All right, if there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? Mr. Shackman?
Push my button. I'd make the motion that we approve the consent agenda as prepared with the exclusion of letter P.
I have a motion from Mr. Shackman. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next agenda item is item number 6, items for discussion and/or action. We have an item removed from the consent agenda, so we will proceed to item 6A. The title of the item is Consider and Approve Minutes from the Work Study Meeting held on February 15th, 2024. Ms. Derrick?
I was not present for that meeting, so I will not be voting.
All right. Do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Ms. Hrabaczyk?
I move that we approve item 5P as in Paul. Consider approve minutes of work study meeting held February 15th, 2024.
I have a motion from Ms. Hrabaczyk. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? All of those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. The next agenda item is item 6B, consider and approve purchase of campus athletic field improvements. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, President Hatfield, trustees, Dr. Eldridge. I think that picture in Bobby Shaw's presentation of the raccoon, I think he had just heard Ms. McLean's update on the totality, and he was running for shelter as well. Where do we go here? Board budget, that's not it. That's not, no, that's Lance's. So 2, 2, 3, 40, 1. Where did it go?
Mr. Moore?
Ma'am.
Shall we take a short recess and give you a second?
Please,
All right.
please.
So the time is now 9:26, and we're going to take a short recess. The time is now 9:34, and we are back in open session. Mr. Moore, we are moving forward with 6B.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatfield, trustees, Dr. Eldridge. My apologies, somehow that landed in the old presentations folder on the desktop. But it is now here in living color in front of us. Item 6B, athletic field improvements. It has been a minute since we discussed athletic field improvements in this room. There's been some position transition as well. In fact, I wasn't part of the initial discussion. New people in new places, so I thought it would be best to maybe discuss what actually is the project. So as you can see there, in May of 22, trustees approved athletic field improvements at all 4 of our high schools and at Field and Perry Middle School. The project scope, it was design build, and it was installation of lights and bleachers. Of the 6 CFB ISD middle school campuses, Field and Perry were the last 2 without bleachers and lights on the practice fields, which limited the on-site competition and really the practice schedules as well. It impacted district-wide scheduling as well, and then none of the 4 high school campuses had lights or bleachers on the practice field. Same as Field and Perry, it also impacted competition abilities, practices at campuses. And as you all saw that were able to attend last week's Creekview presentation, that was a move that was loved by the students, by the community, with the ribbon cutting ceremony there. In fact, I think the young lady from the soccer program was quite clear that she enjoys now being able to compete there at her school instead of traveling to compete at the middle school. So that was the project in May of 22. How was it funded? It was awarded to Hellas. You can see there $8.5 million, and the funds were allocated in that manner. $1.8 million from the TIF funds, the tax increment financing branch in Irving, specific to Ranch View High School because it is in Irving. 4.7 through the general fund. I believe it was termed athletic funds, but it was general fund, and that was to Creekview, Smith, and Turner. And then 1.8 million was funded through the bond funds to Field and Perry as part of the 2018 bond initiative. What is the current status of the projects? And I will get in a bit more on the next slide what those definitions mean, but this is where we stand at the schools. Creekview High School, again, you were there. We were there last week dedicating that field. The lighting and the bleachers are complete. Fencing and athletic equipment is incomplete. Smith, same boat. Lighting and bleachers are complete. Fencing, athletic equipment is incomplete. There's also a civil and utilities component to Smith with regard to restrooms and concessions. Turner, lighting is installed, and we're in the process of finalizing that electrical tie-in with the lights. The bleachers are complete. Same needs with regard to fencing, athletic equipment, and civil utilities. Ranch View, lighting's installed. Ranch View and Turner, we experienced more of the permitting delays, so they are not quite, they're kind of on the same pace. Ranch View's got lighting installed, electrical tie-in, concessions area, bleachers are complete, fencing, athletic equipment, and then there's civil utilities there. And then Perry Middle School just behind us here, the lighting and the bleachers are complete, same needs to finish out the fencing, the athletic equipment, and the civil and the utilities. What's needed? This is kind of the definition of what was on the other page. The athletic equipment that you saw that was needed, those are sideline benches, those are flags, those are markers, yard markers, down and distant markers. Those were not factored into the original scope of the projects. Civil utilities, that's concession repairs, sewer, water. Those were not factored in entirely, the initial scope. And then fencing, which separates the bleachers and the spectators safely. As you could see when we were walking down onto the field at Creekview, it was good for our intentions because we're all there happy celebrating the dedication, but we walked straight down the ramp onto the field. People from the stands were walking onto the field, so the fencing needs are there to separate the spectators from going onto the field, and also to keep things from coming under the bleachers that are going on during the actual competition of the games. So how did we get here tonight to talk about this? Well, there were scope changes. The middle school specifically, I think it transitioned a couple times. I think initially it began as the intention was a competition at the middle schools, then it transitioned to high school feeders and discussions after the initial designation as competition in our middle schools, and then it transitioned back to an on-site competition there at the campuses. Field middle school, that initially began as track and lighting only, and then so the bleachers and the lights were removed. Then it was decided the spec to host competitions there at the middle school at Field, so the bleachers and the lights were rebuilt and installed. That was the portion that was in this May 22 piece. The May 22 portion was just for the bleachers and the lights at Field. And then civil and electric shifted a little bit with the designation of having middle schools for sure host and compete. The water, the utilities, restrooms. If you're going to invite hundreds of folks to come partake and watch a ball game, you're going to need water, sewage, restroom, concession areas, etc. Permitting issues. We had some challenges in a couple of our cities. Ranchview specifically, we've had some delays with regard to choices of either putting in a fire lane, putting in a fire hydrant for the concessions areas and the spectator bleacher areas. At Ranchview, at Creekview, we had to reinforce some concrete behind the wall where the retaining wall is there on the drive-through behind the campus. Those were some delays with regard to the permitting. There was limited contingencies built in to the project from the outset. Those could have taken care of some of the utilities, the underground, those pieces, the sewage, all of the civil tie-ins. And then really the biggest reason we're here tonight talking about it is that fourth bullet, and that's transparency. The amount that's in the agenda packet is not to exceed $1.8 million to finish out the projects. And so I'm sure you're all familiar with Texas Education Code. That's not an amount based on the initial $8.6 million that has to be brought to the board tonight because it's within 25% of the education code allowance for purchase orders over $1 million. But the bottom line is $1.8 million is not an insignificant amount of an add to a project. And so this is an effort to explain what is needed, to explain what goes into that $1.8 million, and to make sure that because 9-10 months having worked in the district, 6-7 months in this position, there's been a whole lot of talk about budgets and financing and systems and transparencies and deficits. And so that's really why we're here tonight, to talk about the $1.8 million to finish out the project. How could this be funded? As it's written in your agenda, it's $1.8 million, not to exceed, an amount of $1.8 million, not to exceed for the funded by the 2018 bond. The thought to that was because this item 6B, the athletic programs tie back into Standridge Stadium. And so that was the thought in the proposal for the 2018 bond, funding this leg of the projects. Standridge as a stadium and in of itself as a facility was part of that 18 recommendation, and so the athletic programs, they do feed into Standridge with track, with football, with soccer, with the activities that go on. However, the actual facility being impacted here is not Standridge, and there are pieces from Standridge that did not get funded entirely. The amount would not impact our ability to go back and finish out Standridge. But that was, as it was written, was to fund it from the 2018 bond fund. There are two other options that exist as well. Both the second bullet there, $1.8 million not to exceed amount, and we could fund it from the general fund. I know that we, again, talking about deficits, talking about scrubbing, but we have a healthy general fund balance, $144 million. This is a $1.8 million expenditure, and no one wants to get in the habit of funding unexpected expenses from a general fund, but There is $144 million in there at the end of this past year. The third option that I've listed up there, we could allocate it in the same manner as was done in May of 22 when this was brought to the board, breaking it into those three portions there. The original allocations were TIF, general fund, and the 2018 bond. This amount of $1.8 million not to exceed currently as it stands, those are the amounts of the spends that are needed. $359,000 for Ranchview, that could be funded through the TIF because it is an Irving campus. $947,000 for the general fund with Creekview, Smith, and Turner. Those were the three campuses funded by general fund before. And then the $182,000 funded for Perry through the 2018 bond. That is the overview of the first item, 6B, the athletic field improvements. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board members, questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for that information, but as I look at all of these other things that you're going to speak about, what is the tally that hits the surplus of the 2018? Because I know there's quite a bit of...
The amount of the final amount
Yeah.
of the surplus of 20, it was 22.3.
And with all of these requests,
Oh, this is just one, this is an amount not to exceed $1.8 million to finish out all of the projects that were listed in the athletic improvements. So the total amount here is not to exceed $1.8 million. Am I understanding your question?
I just saw that the C, I know you haven't covered that yet, but I just wanted to know who was keeping a tally on what's being spent or requested from the surplus of that bond.
Mr. Blackburn is running that tally, and we've not, the last month it was $22.3 million, I believe was a surplus that was reported. We've not touched that since then, and we've not made any expenditures out of the 2018 bond surplus since Mr. Blackburn reported on that last month.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Brady?
So, Mr. Moore, if this gets approved tonight, will we be done with the athletic fields and the lighting and the bleachers?
Yes, ma'am.
Finally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're done.
With those 5 projects that are currently underway will all be completed with the amount, if that's approved tonight. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
I was on the Citizens Planning Committee in 2017, 2018, leading up to then running and being elected for school board. So I'm super aware of the background to all of this,
Yes, ma'am.
which includes that these projects were brought before the Citizens Facility Committee, and based on the available funds at the time when we were going to present the package, these projects were scrapped because there wasn't enough money. And that wasn't the committee decided there were other things they wanted to focus on. Also, having said that, there were items that the committee did agree they wanted to move forward with on that 2018 bond, that once the final numbers were run, there wasn't enough money, and other projects that the group wanted to proceed with did not get completed. So my question is, why are we talking about using 2018 remaining funds for these projects that weren't even originally pushed through by that committee, when there's still a list of projects that committee did want to proceed with and weren't able to because we didn't have enough money? And now we have some leftover money, and those projects aren't even the ones coming to us first. That to me seems very disrespectful of the committee's initial intent and the work that went into that project of doing all the facility assessments and coming up with the list of projects and what does the community want and what doesn't the community want. And I mean, that was months and months worth of meetings, and there's a huge history there, which I also know that you're aware of because some of those members met with you last week. I am not saying these projects do not need to be completed, because I agree the spreadsheet that we've been getting updates on for the last however many months has been going on forever, it feels like. But I also feel like it's super insensitive for us to be tapping into the leftover 2018 bond funds for projects that weren't even on the table for consideration at the time, knowing that we had a group of citizens that were appointed by the board to make those decisions, and now we're just literally jumping to a different direction to complete projects because there's some money left over. I would be fine with knowing that we could go back and complete those projects, and then there's still the 1.8 million. I would be more comfortable with that. But I have a hard time agreeing to spend the 1.8 million off the top of the excess funds when we don't even know that we're going to have enough to finish those other projects. I was thinking about this. The analogy I could think of is you take out a $50,000 loan on your house for your patio and your whatever, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, and I need floors, and you decided to put floors in, and now you don't have enough money to finish your patio because you spent the money on your floors. I don't want to see us spend $1.8 million, and now we can't go back and finish what we initially intended on the bond.
Yes, ma'am. And there was absolutely no disrespect intent meant to anyone with regard to making a suggestion of 1.8 not to exceed from the 18 bond. The thought was that it tied into Standridge indirectly because these fields are there to support the activities that go on at Standridge. If it is not the desire to pay for that, we simply do not need to do that. The projects that Standridge that did not get touched were restroom renovations, it was exterior touch-ups, and it was natatorium, locker room, and the north end zone lighting at Standridge. This $1.8 million, even it was to come from the 2018 bond fund, that would not impact any of those projects at Standridge specifically. If we don't need to go to the 2018 bond for this, we don't have to go to the 2018 bond for this.
I mean, I also think we have to be careful of, but where are we going to get the money? I mean, the TIF to me makes sense. It's an Irving property. We have TIF funds that need to be used. That one seems like a no-brainer, but the other ones are a little bit concerning. Are we in a place at this time in state and public ed that we need to be touching the general fund? I mean, that's a question for the board. But I mean, I would like to see the things that you're talking about at the natatorium, the North End lights, the things that the Citizens Committee did want to spend the money on. They just didn't have the money at the time. I would love to see what are those things going to cost now. I have no idea what those things cost. I mean, those may cost only a couple million and we still have a ton left and we could afford this, but I have a real hard time just all of a sudden jumping to an agreement on 1.8 million when we have no idea what the other costs are for those other projects. And I'm happy to clarify for board members that weren't here at the time, there was a committee that made those decisions that we as a board chose. And we have to be mindful of that. When we're going to ask community members to help us to navigate bonds and choose projects, we have to remain loyal to their intent. That's what we chose them to do. So I'll stop.
We're in the process of pulling the very preliminary initial process stemming from last week's meeting, trying to get information on preliminary on the lighting, what the costs would be for the lighting for the north end zone to finish Standridge. That aspect of it. We've not looked into the exterior spruce ups. I believe that's how it was funded. We just need to look more into what that might specifically entail. And then with regard to the restrooms, we're beginning to look into that as well to see how much those pieces would cost to touch all of the parts of Standridge that were listed. The natatorium's also there on that property. It did get a new bulkhead. It got depth markers. There was some other work done, but there's other pieces like the locker room. And we walked through and did a Title IX audit internally last week. And part of that, we looked at the natatorium. We looked at some space and standards that could possibly fulfill the locker room request that was listed on the natatorium that didn't get touched with the 18 bond monies as well.
So I'll just jump in here that I'm glad we're starting that process. I know you said you're beginning it. How long would that process take to be able to come back to the board with a more thorough list so that we could really fully understand what we're looking at with respect to the things that are on this list of previous things.
With the 2018 bond?
Yes.
We could have something preliminary put together for you within the next, we could have something preliminary put together by our next board meeting
Okay.
in order to have some general high-level numbers to look at, just specific to that 2018 bond, if that's
Mhm.
what I'm understanding you
Yes,
asked.
sir. Yes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Brady?
No, I was just going to say, I actually served in that committee, so I understand the amount of time that was put into it. However, these things that they're talking about with the plumbing and the irrigation and all those types of things would be nice just to finish this off so that we can use those fields, clear it outright and be done with it, and then go back to, we've got plenty more money in there. So we can go back to see what the bond committee asked for in 2018, 2017, what we asked for. It hasn't been completed yet, and go back and prioritize those. But this, to me, is just like, let's finally finish this. Let's just be done with it so the kids can use these fields. We've spent so much time, and I know they have put so much effort into getting us this far. Can we just be done with it so they can use them?
Additional comments or questions? Mr. Bocek?
To that point, is there anything right now of this list on these items to complete the fields that prevents use of the field, even though it's not exactly what we want, but is there anything that prevents use at any of these schools?
The use of the fields?
Mhm.
No, ma'am. Like the kids behind us at Perry, they're able to practice on the fields. Now, the not having a fence there would be use of the field, though. No, they're practicing and using it today. The lighting, that if you know, depending on the sun and whatnot, and in the evenings and the shades, that they wrap up sooner. But from a competition vantage point of hosting games, no, there's nothing that's preventing students from utilizing the field currently.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with Ms. Brady that, we need to complete the project to our expectation and for, the kids and for our student athletes, as well as our coaches and staff from that. I have the similar concerns that Ms. Derrick mentioned. I am much more comfortable, even though I know the position we're in financially from just Texas education funding, but making that step and maintaining the intent and the decision of the Citizens Committee, that's an important part of me. And I've said it before, but there's so many times where decisions that we have to make, good for students might not be perfect for staff, good for staff might not be perfect for students, maybe some of them aren't. For the community, and this is where I feel this conflict is, because I believe we also owe it to the taxpayers, the communities that made the decisions to respect their wishes. And this split of how we originally allocated, I'm much more comfortable with that, and it also preserves the 2018 bond funds, remaining 2018 bond funds for those items for Standridge that were on the list of projects that the board approved that have not been completed. And I consider those a priority first with the 2018 bond funds. And at that point that it's all exhausted, then maybe, for anything extra and added, but if we want to get these done, I'm much more comfortable with the split or the allocation like we did before.
Additional comments or questions? Okay, so to ask a clarifying question, because this item is marked for possible action, is if the board were to wish to take action tonight, the way it is currently written, it would come out of the 2018 bond funds, but are you asking us to make a decision about where it comes from?
That was a draft that.
Okay.
What I handed you was verbiage based on the split, because that's the most complex verbiage, if you will, if it were to be approved, the improvement for the athletic fields, not to exceed $1.8 million, broken down within those three categories. Does that answer your question, what I handed you?
Yes, so for the benefit of the other board members, the way the agenda, this is the way I'm believing it, the way the agenda is currently written and what is published says that the 2018 bond funds would be used. But if the board wishes to make a motion and change it to another funding source, then we would need to use that as a part of our motion. And I have been provided an option to be able to say that fluidly if, for example, the board wanted to look at a motion for option number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Derrick.
Mr. Guerra, do you have any concerns with $947,000 coming out of the general fund? Can you speak to that?
Yes, I do actually. It's a lot of money. Like I said, we're already in a adopted deficit budget this year. This would be $947,000 that we have not accounted for as of yet. I think Mr. Moore's point is that if we want to use that, then that it would not be like necessarily the budget this year. It'll come out of the budget this year, but it'll be used for fund balance. So if that's an option that the board wants to do. I know when the 2018 bond, from the proceeds that are left from what was promised, I know part of that process that the committee decided to change the visitor bleachers, so it went $5 million over what was originally budgeted for those visitor bleachers because they wanted to put the concrete bleachers. That's something that the committee decided to do, and y'all approved it as a board. So, in my opinion, the 1.8 plus what's left, even if we do the locker rooms and the things that are left to Standridge, I think there's plenty of room in the 2018 bond. Of course, we wait for the final numbers, but I think it won't get anywhere close to spending what we have left in the 2018 bond.
So then, just to clarify, because this says general fund and you're saying fund balance, so this is not 199, I think, can we clarify for the benefit of the public?
So it's basically the same thing. So if we use that and we go our expenses exceed the revenues, then it is the general fund. So what the general fund will do will take from what's in the fund balance, and that's what Chris is saying. There's nearly $145 million in there that we can take from that, and this is kind of what fund balance is for. It's for these one-time projects, so it's not a recurring cost. Like we know we want to do this to finish out what's there. So if you're more comfortable with that, the one-time expenditures are what the fund balance is for.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shackman.
Can you give us a round number of approximately how much money is left in the 2018 bond? Is it 10 million, 20 million? What?
About 23 million.
Okay. So we would be able to weigh that number against whatever material we're going to bring and say, here are these projects.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's correct.
All right, any additional comments, questions, discussion from board members? Okay, so this item is marked for possible action. I'm going to ask, would the board like to take action? Ms. Brady?
I would like to make a motion to approve the athletic improvement by using the remaining 2018 bond funds.
I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second for Mr. Shackman. Is there any discussion? I will just say that I hear everything here, and it is, I've not been put in a position where we've been given a choice to allocate it in different ways, and it is a lot to process at this very moment. And I hear that that there is the thought that we need to hold true to the integrity, but I also hear that there's an assurance that we can hold true to the integrity of what the citizens requested and still spend this amount, is what administration believes, even though we don't have the projections yet. Is that true?
Specific to what's listed with Standridge Stadium, from what we talked about last week, yes.
Okay.
The entirety of everything that's listed in that what's remaining, I have not studied that 2018 document to say there are 127 things that are remaining. They are all going to cost this. No, I can't tell you what's remaining in that document. I can talk to Standridge specifically in the athletic portions, but I can't tell you that with regard to everything spread out that was not touched, based on all the conversation that I've been part of, that I've heard of the things lingering from the 2018 bond.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so is there any additional discussion? Ms. Derrick?
I just want to repeat that this is athletics only that we're talking about out of the 2018 bond, and there are multiple projects out of the 28 bond intent that didn't make it because of funds being shorted. So what is being said is that we don't even know what the list is or how much it's going to cost, but yet we're starting to take money off the top when we don't even have the comprehensive list.
And just to add on to that point, I believe we as a board have also requested of the superintendent to work on that, and she is showing through what they're saying that they are working on a full list and that we should take that into consideration. Is there any additional discussion? So with that, I'll call for a motion, or I'll call for a vote. All of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? By a vote of 4 in favor and 3 opposed, the motion carries. The next item is 6C, consider and approve purchase of replacement track and turf at Standridge Stadium. Mr. Moore, we're back to you.
Yes, ma'am. This is the proposal for the track and turf specifics, the replacement at Standridge Stadium. The average of the track, it's 10 years old. It was installed in January of 2014. The original warranty is 8 years. Average life expectancy of a track is 7 years. And so we have exceeded the life expectancy by 3 years. The proposal for the replacement, the sublayer is in good shape. This would remove the existing track surface. It would place a new surface, spray the track lines. You can see the runways, and then resurface the high jump area that's in that northern end zone in the decap section. The cost for the track portion, $114,794. For the turf, it is also 10 years. They were installed at the same time. The warranty, 8 years. It has outlived its life expectancy by 2 years. One thing specific to the turf, the GMAX ratings, I'm sure you're all familiar with that. That is you measure the absorption of a hit on the turf. 165 is the max safety rating by the Synthetic Turf Council. Our field rates out currently at 161. A new field is in the 100 to 110 range. So if there's 161, that is not the entire field. That is a concentration of spots. So it's very likely that if we are at 160, and every time you hit, that surface gets harder. So over the course of the 10 years, it's risen from 100 and 110 to about 161. The proposed replacement, that includes removing the existing turf, replacing it with new turf, and with new infill. Because the subsurface again there is in such good shape, that's half the cost of a complete install. The cost for that is $429,201. Kind of give you an idea of what these two aspects have endured over the last 10 years. There's 10 track meets a year there on the track. And I was just talking to Renee earlier. When you average in, you throw in all of the meters that are taking place at a track meet through all of the races, you're looking at about 8, 9, 10 miles of running at one track meet. One lane, so you multiply that out by 8 lanes, you multiply that out by multiple heats at a track meet, That's how much running takes place per year on the standard surface over the last 10 years. Public uses it Monday through Thursday year round. There have been 54 football games rather per year. Some of that will be alleviated moving forward because of the campus, the turfs and one out there at the school. But we've scheduled middle school, freshman, JV, and varsity. 56 soccer games, 2 tournaments a year, and then 1 to 2 band contests per year. And so the recommendation is to replace the surface, the track, and the turf there at Standard Stadium. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Herbajic.
I consider, this also is marked for use of the 2018 bonds. I consider this a completely different issue than the previous agenda item, because again, this is turf at Standridge, and I believe the project completion gap from the board-approved bond project list, the majority of the items, I believe, were at Standridge. I believe this meets the intent of the citizens community that they wanted improvements at Standridge. They were trying to fit a lot with not a lot of money able to do so. I additionally believe this is a experience for our student athletes, a safety item for our student athletes, but I do believe the use of 2018 bonds on this project meets the intent of the Citizens Committee and the voters and what we approved at Standridge.
Other comments or questions?
I just want a quick one.
Ms. Brady?
I was just going to say, I was at the track meet 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and the running part, the track part is bad. I mean, we're just lucky no one got hurt, because there's some potholes and it just didn't look good either. So totally on board. Yeah, it's time, for sure.
Additional comments or questions? Ms. Benavides?
If approved, how long will it take to have that repaired or replaced?
How long, Renee? The total replacement?
Oh, that's not bad. Because I remember at Casey's run last year, we were all tripping on that southwest area. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, so with that, this item is also marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Benavides?
I make a motion that we approve item, I'm sorry, is that 6C?
6C, yes,
6C,
ma'am.
yes.
So your motion is to approve 6C for the purchase and replacement of the track and turf at Standridge Stadium. Is there a second? Ms. Brady is a second. Is there any additional discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next agenda item is agenda item number 7, closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.076, discussion and deliberation regarding safety and security. 7A, cybersecurity update. The board will now move into closed session. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom. As board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations, the time is now 10:12 p.m. The time is now 10:53 p.m. and we are back in open session. Our next agenda item is item number 9 and will be item number 11, and we will come back to item number 10. Item number 9 is closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.084, investigation, A, pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with the district's legal counsel regarding legal and procedural matters related to the potential 1, sale of real property consisting of 16.2 acres located northwest of the center line of Dudley Branch Creek, as well as an easement of 0.5785 acres located at Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas, 75007. And 2, donation of real property consisted of 2.4 acres, more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas. And 3, sale, donation, or lease of real property at 2115 East Frankford Road, Carrollton, Texas, 75.007, and also B, pursuant to Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, real property, deliberation regarding the potential 1, sale of real property consisting of 16.2 acres located northwest of the center line of Dudley Branch Creek, as well as an easement of 0.5785 acres located at Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas, 75007. 2, donation of real property consisting of 2.4 acres, more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas. And 3, sale, donation, or lease of real property at 2115 East Frankford Road, Carrollton, Texas, 75007. Didn't I just say that? And also agenda item number 11, which is a closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.084, investigation, which is A, discuss personnel matters. The board will now move into closed session to discuss both of these items. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 10:56 p.m. We are back in open session, and the time is 12:09 a.m. We are looping back to agenda item number 10, which is reconvene an open meeting for possible action regarding items discussed in closed meeting. Item 10A, consider and take possible action to approve the sale of 16.2 acres and an easement of 0.5785 acres, more or less, located adjacent to Creekview High School at 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, to the City of Carrollton to carry out a public purpose and delegate authority to the superintendent and board president to sign closing documents. Board, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Herbachik.
For item 10A, I move the board approve the following resolution regarding the sale of property at 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007. The resolution is of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District in the state of Texas and counties of Dallas and Denton, whereas pursuant to the Texas Education Code Section 11.154, the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, the district, may by resolution authorize the sale of any property other than minerals held in trust for public school purposes, whereas the City of Carrollton has offered to purchase certain real property consisting of approximately 16.2 acres as well as a 0.5785 acre access easement as described in the attached Exhibit A, collectively the property, located north of Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Denton County, Texas 75007, for the amount of $121,633.00. Whereas the board has determined that the property is not necessary to meet the current and foreseeable needs of the district for educational purposes, whereas pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 272.001, parentheses 1, in consideration for the district selling the property for less than fair market value to the city will use the property to carry out a public purpose that benefits the public interest of the district, including park and recreational uses, underground municipal utilities, as well as a public access trail that will benefit the district's students and staff. And whereas this title and right to possession of a portion of the property shall revert to the district if the city ceases to use the property in carrying out a public purpose that benefits the public interest of the district. Therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District as follows. Section 1, recitals, that the findings and recitals in the preamble of this resolution are hereby found to be true and correct and are hereby approved and adopted. Section 2, surplus, that the Board of Trustees declares the property surplus and authorizes the superintendent to negotiate the instruments, including the deed and easement, with the city in exchange for the consideration described herein. Section 3, execution, that the superintendent or her designee is authorized to execute any documents necessary to effect the sale, with the exception of the deed, and that the board president is authorized to execute the deed. Section 4, further actions, that the school district administration is authorized to take any and all appropriate action to accomplish and effectuate the purposes of this resolution. Section 5, public meeting, it is hereby found, determined, and declared that a sufficient written notice of date, time, place, and subject of the meeting of the Board of Trustees at which this resolution was adopted was posted at a place convenient and readily accessible at all times to the general public at the regular meeting place of the Board of Trustees for the time required by law preceding this meeting, as required by Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, and that this meeting has been open to the public as required by law at all times during which this resolution and the subject matter thereof has been discussed, considered, and formally acted upon. The Board of Trustees further ratifies, approves, and confirms such written notice and the contents and posting thereof. Approved, passed, approved, and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, Dallas County, Texas, on the 7th day of March, 2024.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Herbachik. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Our next item is item 10B, consider and take possible action to approve the donation of 2.4 acres more or less located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas, to the City of Farmers Branch to carry out the public purpose and delegate authority to the superintendent and board president to sign the contract and closing documents. This item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Mr. Bocek?
I move the board approve the following resolution regarding the donation of property located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas. Resolution is of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District in the state of Texas and the counties of Dallas and Denton. Whereas pursuant to the Texas Education Code 11.154, the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, the district may by resolution authorize the sale of any property other than minerals held in trust for public school purposes. Whereas the Board of Trustees of District has determined that the surface only of approximately 2.4 acres more or less located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas, the property is surplus and not necessary to meet the current and foreseeable needs of the district for educational purposes. Whereas pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 272.001, in parentheses 1, in consideration for the district donating the property to the City of Farmers Branch, the city will use the property to carry out a public purpose that benefits the public interest of the district, including but not limited to historic preservation and educational purposes related to Keenan Cemetery. And whereas this title and right to possession of a portion of the property shall revert to the district if the city ceases to use the property in carrying out a public purpose that benefits the public interest of the district. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District as follows. Section 1, recitals, that the findings and recitals in the preamble of this resolution are hereby found to be true and correct and hereby approved and adopted. Section 2, surplus, that the Board of Trustees declares the property surplus and authorizes the superintendent to negotiate and execute a donation contract with the city. Section 3, execution, that the superintendent or her designee is authorized to execute any documents necessary to effect the donation with the exception of the deed, and that the board president is authorized to execute the deed. Section 4, further actions, that the school district administration is authorized to take any and all appropriate action to accomplish and effectuate the purpose of this resolution. Section 5, public meeting. It is hereby found, determined, and declared that a sufficient written notice of date, time, and place, and subject of the meeting of the Board of Trustees at which this resolution was adopted, was posted at a place convenient and readily accessible at all times to the general public at the regular meeting place of the Board of Trustees for the time required by law preceding this meeting, as required by Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code, and that this meeting has been open to the public as required by law at all times during which this resolution and the subject matter thereof has been discussed, considered, and formally acted upon. The Board of Trustees further ratifies, approves, and confirms such written notice and the contents and posting thereof. Thus, upon voting, passed, approved, and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, Dallas County, Texas, on the 7th day of March, 2024.
I have a motion from Mr. Bocek. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item is item 10C. Consider and take possible action to delegate authority to the superintendent to pursue the sale, donation, or lease of real property at 2115 East Frankfort Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, as discussed in closed session. This item is also marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? I have a motion from Ms. Brady, it looks like.
I propose that the board authorize the superintendent to investigate options for the sale, donation, or lease of real property located at 2115 East Frankfort Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, as discussed in closed session, and presented to the board as a recommendation following her assessment of these options.
I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Derrick. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. At this time, we will move to agenda item number 13, which is comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, do you have any comments you wish to make related to the posted agenda? Ms. Benavides.
I just wanted to thank everyone for their hard work and to have a super spring break. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments related to board agenda items? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our agenda, and we are adjourned at 12:18 a.m.
I have